Correct?
Absolutely.
We're ready.
We're live.
All right. I'll call the regular meeting to order at 5:32 PM. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Board Member Aaron Mental,
Present?
Board Member Patrice Stanzioni,
Present.
Board Member Norma Gonzalez,
Present.
Board Member Dina Flores,
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera,
Here.
Student Board Member Saraí Jaramillo.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Alejandro Alvarez, Dr. Julie Harrison.
Here.
Marisela Barba.
Here.
Tomiko Lee Nolasco.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum. We'll move on to pledge of allegiance. May our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services lead us, Dr. Harrison.
Yes, I'd be glad to. Please stand and move your hands and place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. We'll move on to staff presentations and recognitions. Our first one will be Bassett High School Academic Decathlon. Dr. Harrison.
Yes, thank you. I have the distinct honor of introducing Dr. Elizabeth Maldonado Rios, the proud principal of Bassett High School, who will be joining us tonight to introduce her academic decathlon team.
Actually, Dr. Maldonado, I apologize. I neglected to approve the agenda.
Okay.
Would you mind giving us a brief moment? That'd be smart, right? Thank you.
Small decided.
Exactly that.
You're just sexy.
Were there? Oh, it's not here. All right. Is there a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of March 11, 2025?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All right, I'll consider the motion from Ms. Flores, seconded by Ms. Stanzioni. Any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye. 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 Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Dr. Maldonado, please, thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Good afternoon, Board President Cimental, members of the board, cabinet, of course, our families, and all of our community members. My name is Dr. Maldonado Rios. I am the proud principal and alumni of Bassett High School, and I have the distinct pleasure of being able to bring up two of my groups here to share some important accomplishments that have happened recently. So growing up, I heard a lot about Miss McDonough, not from me, from my younger siblings, right? They all talk of Miss McDonough. I didn't have the pleasure of knowing her as a student, but now that I'm the high school principal, I've been able to get to know her and see how much she pours into our students. So I'm very excited and very proud to be able to introduce to you all the 2024 Lake County Coach of the Year, Ms. Jennifer McDonough.
Thank you. It is my pleasure, thank you everyone here, to recognize our 2024-2025 academic decathlon team for Bassett High School. So first up, this is me, thank you. Thank you so much.
So she literally was chosen from across the county as the academic decathlon coach of the county. But what people don't really know is that the folks who nominated her are her students. And to hear the words that they, were expressing to describe just the selflessness and the belief that she has in her kids, I mean, I think it's amazing. So you don't give her a round of applause.
Okay, so first off, we are recognizing Sahil Bhatti.
It's kind of right behind you. I'm gonna get a picture.
Next, we have Saurabh Bhatti. Next, we have one of our co-captains, Jeremy Galvan. And then we have Andrea Kamatoy. And then we have Senior Pedro Ochoa. And we have Adamari Porcayo. And then we have Ariana Roque. Next, we have our captain, Jared Zambrano. And this is your team. So this year we had 4 gold medals, including 1 perfect speech by Jared. 3 bronze medals. We earned 3rd place for the most improved score. We improved by over 9,000 points this year. We placed 4th in our division. There were 11 teams, and we ranked 16th out of 33 competing schools in all of LA County, not including LUSD. There, can we have these graduates?
To let you know that our own Mr. Zambrano here was chosen from amongst the whole entire county to share his speech at the awards banquet, and it was very moving, and we're very proud of all of them, all of their accolades. Can you guys move this way?
Yeah, so she get a
And
picture
we'll get a
of the.
picture here.
Yeah.
We need to gotta hold your. Yeah.
They're original.
Just standing, perfect.
Oh, I'm gonna get. I just don't want to.
Okay, let's try and see our board members. You guys might need to.
Might wanna-
You guys wanna come?
Oh,
yes,
I'll go.
do that. Yeah, you guys, I like that.
I know.
Let's go.
We go behind, they.
Yeah, that's perfect. All right, so go.
Really tall.
Yeah, make your way around.
Short ones.
If not, nobody will.
You know.
Sorry, we're short.
No, that's awesome.
How dare you be so tall?
Get between us.
Windows.
I'm gonna stay still.
Yes.
The words I love you.
Oh.
All
right.
All right.
It's really nice.
Yes.
It looks really nice. Congratulations.
Sorry, Randy.
Well, they're kind of stuck back. Dr. Maldonado, would you mind if we brought back the team just so if we'd like to give some comments from the board?
Sure.
Thank you.
Team.
And then, before we have our student leaders, depart, would there be any comments from the board? Can we start from, and moving forward, maybe, Ms. Flores?
Congratulations. This is so great. I love it all. Captain Zambrano did an amazing job and to be selected to address like the whole county. It's really big. But all of you, it's a team effort, and I'm sure you all supported one another. You know, many times we go into these and we're like, oh, nervous. But you did well, and this is great. I'm so happy and so very excited. Thank you so much, Dr. Maldonado, for all the leadership and everything you provide to the students.
Thank you to the students. We're very proud of you. Congratulations. You did a wonderful job along with your coach. You did a tremendous job with all of you working all together. So thank you. And Ms. Maldonado, thank you for your leadership and picking the right people for the right jobs that need to be done. So thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much for being here. I am so proud of you guys. This is amazing. So thank you to Ms. Denzioni for having me tag along with her to judge the competition. And so I got to see other schools do their speeches. So I know for a fact that you guys winning these medals means a lot because what I saw was amazing. Perfect speeches, well thought out, well presented. So I can only imagine what you guys delivered. So please, please, please understand how proud we are of you guys. But also to Ms. McDonough, she was going on like a couple of hours of sleep, but she was there. She was ready to go and she was cheering on her team. So we all, as teachers, as educators, know that feeling where it was worth it. It was, you know, painful at times, but then at the end, you're like, yeah, okay, this was so worth it. So thank you so much for your encouragement of these students. You could tell how much you care about them. So thank you.
Coach McDonough, what you've done for these children is nothing less than phenomenal. These memories will last them a lifetime. you will remember these times as your best. Having coached the academic decathlon years ago, I know what hard work went into it, but I only coached one area. You coached them all. So thank you for everything you've done. It's not just an hour a week, it's your life. And you guys, right? And you guys, like she said, we saw some great people and you were better. So that just tells you that I just cannot tell you how proud we are of you. To me, this means more than most athletics, okay? Because this will get you so far in life. The skills that you've learned, your poise, your confidence, your articulation skills, your academic achievements, your broad knowledge, that's going to take you so many places. And we are so, so, so very proud of you. And how many of you are coming back next year? Yay, I'm so happy. Can't wait to see it again. Okay. Thank you so much.
For myself, just want to say quickly, Coach Patona, thank you for, taking the leadership here. It's something that I think we're all really happy, just as a fellow Olympian myself, just to see it continue and thrive. And for you all, just short and sweet, just congratulations, super proud of you. And just, this will be the first of many accomplishments I'm sure you all lead in your lives. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you. Next up, we will have the Bassett High School varsity soccer team and then MVP recognition. Dr. Maldonado.
Yeah, so the faculty can get to join me, please. So again, members of the board, cabinet, I am so excited to be here to recognize one of the members of our soccer team. I actually know this student going back to middle school, and I would see him running around, but man, that boy has a lot of energy. And he just has this charisma. And I'll tell you that it goes beyond just the field. He truly is, he has a lot of school spirit, a lot of leadership qualities. When you see him on campus, kids gravitate towards him. When we were at football games and we needed a cheering section, I knew who to lean on, Mr. Calderon. But before I introduce him as our MVP of the league, the entire Miramonte League, I'm going to bring up Coach Flores and Coach Luis. Coach Flores will say some words. Coach Flores has come on to our campus. This is his third year? Third year now coaching with us, and I'll tell you, the growth of our team as athletes, as student athletes, you see the progress in our boys and our young men and the way they present themselves and the way they carry themselves on campus. And it truly is a testament to our coaches and what they're investing in our students and in our future. So at this time, I'm going to bring up Coach Flores.
Good evening, everyone. It is my honor to be here today to recognize a true and exceptional student athlete who has shown tremendous dedication, hard work, and leadership on and off the soccer field this season. I've been coaching Xavier since 2019, and since day one, I knew he was special. All his hard work, discipline, and persistent pay off this season. His performance this season was exceptional with 16 games played, scored 20 goals, and 8 assists. We recognize the outstanding performance of Xavier. We must also remember that being a MVP is not about scoring goals or making assists. It's about being a role model, a leader, and someone who makes their team better. This student has done all of that and more. He has earned every bit of the recognition he's receiving today. Xavier is the player every coach wants to coach. Congratulations, Xavier.
First of all, I want to thank God for giving me the recognition. I also want to thank my coach, both of my coaches that are here, for giving me unconditional support every day. They push me to become better, a better student, a better person all around. Without them, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. Thank you.
We'll do the same thing. We'll take a picture. Sure. Oh, look.
Okay, I heard the side. Oh, my bad. I heard. Excuse me. Here, you go. Yeah. And then, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. I need one. Okay.
Come back, come back.
And then similarly, if there's any comments from the Board of Education, Ms. Flores.
Okay, so I'm very excited. As everybody knows, I love sports. And soccer is one of my favorite ones up there. Next to our Bassett high school teams. I love my Niners, okay? But anyway, so soccer's been a part of my family for 20+ years. I've coached, I've been involved in the program and whatever not. So congratulations, I love it. And truly, this is the field. You can learn so much about life through the game. Any team that you play on, any team sport. Coach, thank you so much for all the effort and everything you do. Once again, Dr. Maldonado, thank you so much for making sure that all these opportunities are available to our students. You are also very fortunate and yeah, and I really thank you for representing Bassett. Good job.
Congratulations, congratulations, and thank you for helping with the students. I've seen a couple of your games from afar and yeah, you guys are good. I like the way you kick the ball around and steal it and all that. You're like professionals already. All you need is just to pay, but you guys, so congratulations and keep on the good work and keep on playing. This will get you far. Thank you, Maldonado, again, for choosing the right people for the right jobs that need to be done. So, especially the coach. How many coaches did you have? Just one? Oh, soccer, you have 3? Well, congratulate the other 2. Oh, good, thanks. That's great. So congratulate the other 3 and keep up the good work.
Congratulations. I can tell that you are a leader, a true leader, because you stood in the back and let your team take the accolades until they called your name. So I can tell that you're a great leader. You're going to go very, very far in life, and congratulations to all of you. Thank you to the coach. I'm still getting to know everybody, but you guys are doing a great job, and thank you for making keep making us proud of Bassett. So thank you, Dr. Maldonado.
To Coach Flores and to the young coach that I just met. I mistook him for a student.
Who's the other coach? Oh my God.
He's 20.
I thought you were a student.
He's what?
He also coaches cross country and track.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
that's great.
Thank you both for your guidance and your leadership in leading a team. Teams don't just happen. They learn how to work together through your guidance. So I thank you for that, coaches. And for your humility, as she stated, that is a huge asset. Because putting your team out there means you are a team player, even though you're a star player. But congratulations for that and for being a member of a team. You finish a game, you finish a season, it's worth it. So just keep doing that. Are you already signed? Are you a junior or senior?
I'm a junior.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Okay, okay, good.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing great things from this team next year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job, thank you.
And then thank you, coaches. I also get the allegation of being a student, so I get it. But thank you both for just like all the leadership you put into our students. It's something that I appreciate from the bottom of my heart. And then my fellow Olympians, just also short and sweet, just congratulations and just looking forward to seeing everything that y'all stay doing. It's only the middle of the school year really, so there's still a lot of, school year left. So I don't know if any of y'all are participating in other sports or if y'all are just gonna stay in soccer for next time, but we're just really proud of y'all. Thank you. No. Then we will have the third item, which is our second interim financial report. We'll be recognizing our chief business officer, Ms. Barbara.
Good evening, board president, board members, and community in general. I'm happy to present the 24-25 second interim report. So the agenda includes the budget cycle, budget certifications, but revenue assumptions, expenditure assumptions, general fund changes, general fund unrestricted, and general fund restricted report. So we are the bottom. And the second interim financial report with a deadline of March 15. And we are very, very happy and proud to present to you a positive certification once more of the district's budget. This report, comparing to first interim, it doesn't have a lot of big changes, but the changes it has, as you can see, they're all green, meaning most of them green. It's really positive. Why is that? Is because of the ADA that the district, the students have, it's greater than before. So from 92.6, it jumped to 94.2. So that impacts the local control funding formula revenues and impacts all revenues around. So you can see all these green amounts in all 3 years. It's impacting positively. The only amount that is in red is the COLA. As you can see, the state proposed a lower COLA for next year, 25-26. And again, it's still a proposal. So we'll see now that it's coming with a May revision. We'll see if they change their mind and hopefully they give us a greater COLA for next year. But for now, it's 2.43. But for 26-27, they increased it to 3.52. And the revenue assumptions have been gathered from several sources, including the 24-25 state enacted budget, the 25-26 state budget proposal, the local control funding formula allocation. Other revenues also include the federal and state and even COVID relief funds. LACO guidance and the School Service California. Revenue assumptions also include, this is something that we bring up every time is because it's consistent. It's been consistent in our revenue challenges, including a decline in statutory COLA, student enrollment, student attendance, even though the student attendance is going higher, better, is not to the way it used to be before COVID. So we're still working on this in this area. The unduplicated pupil percentage, we're very happy to say that the district keeps very consistent with the unduplicated pupil to 91% every year. But again, when it comes to expenditures, those keep increasing, and it increases in every area, including employee salary and fringe benefits. The special education increases in many areas, retirement rates, health and welfare benefits, and of course, the purchasing power that, as we all experience in even our personal lives, how things are getting higher and higher in cost. This is a student enrollment average daily attendance. And just showing you the enrollment and the attendance So the three lines at the bottom, one is enrollment, the other one is the regular ADA of the district, and the third one, the bottom one, is the funded ADA, meaning it's a 3-year average ADA funded by the state. That's the proposed formula that the state had a couple of years ago. And you can see that in the last 2 years, or 3 years actually, including current year, the gap between the ADA versus the funded ADA is getting smaller. You can see in 23-24, it's about 289, but then we go into 24-25, it's about 157, like 70, like 170, something like that. And look at the outgoing years, 25-26 and 26-27. So it's, the gap is reducing and reducing. I know the state is working on a different formula, so we look forward to see what they're going to do, if they're going to fund based on enrollment, or they have any other formulas that they can provide better funding to the school LEAs. This is a breakdown of the LCFF funding formula. You can see the base continues being an average of 30 million. The supplement concentration, it's an average of 12 million. And the add-on, which includes transportation, TIIBG, the TK funding, those are called as add-on to the LCFF, and it's approximately 730, 740, 770 per year. So the total of the LCFF per year, current year is 43.7 million. The next two out years is 43.6 million and 44.75 million. The expenditure assumptions are basically also the same as the first scenario. You can see the step-in column for certificated salaries is projected at 1.4 of the total salaries. The step-in column for classified is 1.10 all across these 3 years. The STIRS retirement rate stays steady at 19.1 every year. And the percentage is basically almost the same as well. It just went down a little bit. 27, little bit over 27 each year. Workers' comp is a flat also every year so far. So which is a very, very good rate. 2.04 is excellent. So the district is doing a great job in serving the employees and making sure they're safe. General fund contribution, the special education and transportation is as needed. And the routine restricted is at 3% required by law. And that's minimum in case there are any unexpected or again, because of the supplies costs and all that. So the district might need to contribute with a lot more than 3%. That's so. So the revenue expenditures projections, again, this is a regular information that we present to you every time, and we keep presenting it. Why? Is because the district continues experiencing a structural deficit spending for all 3 years. And we'll show these slides later, and you can see. So required by LACO is to implement a fiscal stabilization plan. To be submitted to LACO is only if they request it. And that usually happens when the district cannot meet its liabilities either 1 year or 2 years or all 3 years. In this case, the district is meeting all liabilities all 3 fiscal years. So there's no requirement to do that. But again, how you going to do that? I know the district is working very hard on working eliminating the structural deficit spending. So it's looking into all areas that can be taken action on, including personnel cost management, reduction in expenditures for supplies, materials, contracts, services. And again, also committing the ending fund balance as in other commitments to secure that the district covers future years with these funds, ensuring that the district shows a balanced budget. So this is the unrestricted general fund. As you can see, the total revenue for current year was 37 plus the contribution that is done to the programs just mentioned. And then the total expenditures projected for the year is 43.7 million. So you can see the deficit spending for this year is 6.6 million. 6.6 million is because in those expenditures for current year, it's including 2 million of the LCAP, supplemental concentration carryover. And also you can see in the line where is the 6,000 to 6,999, we're still, we have that budget for the HVAC project that is paid with base. Much of that has been completed and paid, but this is budget and the actuals, it's already matched, meaning the funds have been already dispersed. You can see the other 2 years, we continue having that deficit spending. 25-26 is projected at 4.2 million and the third year is 3 million. So district again is working in balancing the budget and eliminating the deficit spending. So the ending fund balance, as you can see, is still very robust. Current year is expected to have a 19.3 million. And then it goes down, of course, because it's impacting due to the deficit spending, down to 15 million next year, 25-26, and down to 12.2 million in 26-27. This is a graph showing you the projected revenue by fund source and general fund contribution. So you can see the general fund contribution accounts for 14%. The LCFF funds is 84%, which is the greatest source of revenue. Local revenue is 1% and state revenue 1%. Those are very small in the unrestricted area. And this is the general fund expenditures altogether. And this is just the percentages by type of expenditure. You can see the certificated salaries accounts for 33%, classified accounts for 18%, employee benefits 20%, and the rest are small ones. Services and other is also 15%. So books and supplies and capital outlay, you can see other outgo is pretty small. Biggest ones are certificated salaries, benefits, and classified salaries. This is a graph to tell you the changes that happened from first interim to second interim. As you can see, the changes are minimum. It only includes a small amount in the local control funding formula, 36,134, and that's because of the ADA increase. We have federal revenue, it's 182,000, is because of the carryover from prior year that was added in the second interim. The state remains the same, and the local revenue is 151, and it's because of the interest earned that LACO supplies to the district. The bottom are the expenditures, you can see. So this amounts, most of it is because of the negotiated agreement between BTA and the district, and it's reflected in this section. All others are just small expenditures that are increased based on the carryover and a piece of equipment that was purchased this year. This is a revenue budget changes. Again, this is a graph. It's the same information that we had in the slide before. And you can see at the bottom the difference, again, the 86,000, the 182, and the 150. And you can see the amounts of total sources of revenue. This one is expenditure changes from first interim to second interim. So this is again, the copy of the prior slide of the expenditure section, and you can see at the bottom is reflecting the amounts by category. This is the restricted general fund. You can see this one is also showing a structural deficit spending, but that one is, you notice in the ending fund balance, the ending fund balance is really big. And so it's these expenditures that have been projected are getting covered by the fund balance. And this is for all the categorical programs that the district has that have multi-year deadline. So it's reflected here, but this is no worse to be not to be concerned about. This is the summary of all the budget activity in millions. And same information. You can see the ending fund balance, 19.3, 15.1, 12.2. And the deficit spending is 6.6, 4.2, 2.9. And this is the fund balance. This is the areas, how the district is committing or assigning the beginning fund balance and including the deficit spending that the district has. So we have for sure the reserve for economic uncertainties, 3% that is required by law, a potential litigation. The district is reserving $2 million, the 7% that was approved by the board. So it's 4.5 million. Supplemental and concentration, not all the carryover was budgeted current year. So there is still a reserve of 1.5 million in the fund balance for this purpose. And of course, the balance of the fund balance is to be supported to support out years deficit spending. So the next steps, what is the district is looking for, potential state local control funding formula changes. As I mentioned earlier, we're hoping that they come up with a better formula so they can provide more revenue to the LEAs, improve student enrollment and attendance, of course, and that's happening. We can see it is happening. The state budget 25-26 May revision, would it bring good news, better news, higher COLA, additional funding? So we're hoping, again, statutory COLA. It's current year 1.07. So the governor will provide a higher COLA, so we're hoping, but we don't know. And of course, the district's structural deficit spending management. Any questions?
Ms. Gonzalez?
So I just heard about the COLA possibly being dropped down. Is that what's happening, right? Yes. Okay. So how is that going to directly affect the district if the COLA does get reduced?
Lower than 1.07?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Okay.
That's frightening.
Yeah. So,
So how impacts in the revenue?
yeah.
Because the local control funding formula, the base is like increased by the COLA.
Yes.
So if it tells you, so the formula includes enrollment, ADA, in the unduplicated pupil count. So, but if the COLA is gonna be decreased, then definitely impacts the revenue and the local control funding, along with other programs as well, because other programs like special education, can come up with these other ones, but there are other programs that are also supported and increased by the COLA. So yes, definitely the revenue it's impacted. So hopefully that's not true. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Flores?
Thank you, Mr. President. So the HVAC is completely done this 24-25?
They all district-wide, it is complete except we're working on the DSA certification. But basically, and then
Basic
some
work is done.
minor things here and there, but all the installation of equipment has been complete.
So as we enter 25-26, we.
Not the
That, which is why I
district.
see the big jump, the big drop.
Yeah, that money will disappear for next year and the budget is not gonna be there anymore, that projection. Yeah, because it's already completed. And now the district is working with NG, the contractor, and Bassett High School gym HVAC. They're working on getting the documentation from DSA to start the equipment installation. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stanzioni?
I have two questions and they're probably very simple for you. In the student enrollment in ADA for 24-25, there are presumptions that are made for the 2 years out on that chart, page 4. I guess it's slide 8. What's the projection? Is that the state of the county on what our ADA might be?
No, we do.
We do,
Yes,
okay.
based on,
It's based on prior pattern?
yes,
Okay.
past, present, and district's expectations.
Okay, good.
Goals and objectives.
Okay,
So we say, okay, we think the enrollment is, we know that the district, all districts, right, experiencing declining enrollment, but then this district, I think, is doing really good in having a small, not so great decline in enrollment. It's only 2.25, so it's very manageable, not good, okay, not good. But it's comparing to other districts, it's not bad. So, yeah, so the district is, and of course, the district is working on trying to eliminate.
I
these
only asked
deficits.
because I wanted to see if it was a number given to us by ourselves based on our own pattern, or if LACO had already projected enrollment. The second question is, if we must cover transportation for, and this might be more for Gretchen, for special ed to go elsewhere, is it being considered to stop sending them out within our SOPA, but out of our school to cut those transportation costs at all?
Director of Special Education, if you'd like to.
Thank you, Board President Simental, members of the board. I mean, it's something we could consider, but right now we don't have a continuum to service our students within the district. So we have to rely on our SELP and our provider programs to meet the needs. So at this point, it
Excellent.
wouldn't be realistic.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from the board?
Thank you.
For myself, I just have one. It's on slide 7,
Yes, sir.
page 4. And it's just to understand, it's under the statewide revenue challenges under decline, and it's decline in unduplicated pupil percentage. Is this just the whole number of unduplicated students who are declining, or is that like the percentage in comparison to their non-duplicated peers? I just wanted to understand better what that meant.
Sorry, I didn't understand the
Sorry,
question.
the unduplicated pupil percentage, that is a decline. So is that just in comparison to, I guess, is it the actual number of students declining who are categorized as unduplicated pupil, or is it like the percentage in compared to everyone else in the district? I'm just trying to understand.
It's a percentage compared to the whole district. So the how it's determined is based on their income and the English learners and the foster youth, homeless kids. So you gather all this information and then you say, okay, 91% of the entire population, it's within this category, and that's how it's determined. So again, it's a flat every year, and the state also, and that's a 3-year average for this data, also to account for the local control funding formula, and the district is being very good maintaining this rate.
I think to be a little bit more specific, because now as as I said it, I'm trying to think of what exactly I mean. And I suppose the better question is it that we're enrolling less students who are considered unduplicated pupils, or are more students enrolling that aren't considered that? Like, if we have
I think-
less students who are English learners,
Yeah.
foster students, are there gonna be?
So let's say that today we have 2,800 students, right? So 91% of those 2,800 is fall within this category of unduplicated. If next year we have, let's say we have 27, we have 100 less, but it's then we account for all the students that qualify for the unduplicated, and it happens to become again 91%. So it's based on the total enrollment at any given year. So if we would have 3,000 students, then we verify the eligibility for these students if they qualify for the unduplicated. So it's a proration. It's based on the total, and it just been happening that it's being consistent. Well, it used to be greater before. Like if you see the prior years, there used to be 92%, but for the past 4 or 5 years, it's been a consistent 91%, and that's what we projected to be continuing at the 91%.
Thank you.
Did I answer you?
I think so, yeah. I promise you I didn't. And you were going, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to student board member comments.
Good evening. The Bandwidth teachers and scholars are hard at work. 3rd through 5th grade just completed their LPAC testing and are beginning their practice with the SBAC interim tests. All students from kindergarten to 2nd grade are preparing for their LPAC by doing practice and interim tests as well. We completed our trimester 2 benchmarks and are excited to see the scores with each grade level making improvements. We're continuing to focus on our monthly writing genres. This month, the students will be working on poetry. We had our first father-daughter dance on February 28th, and it was a huge success with our dads and their daughters. We also celebrated Dr. Seuss's birthday with the Read Across America events and Spirit Week activities. Our kinder, 1st, and 2nd grade students were excited to have special visitors come read to them. Teachers and Mrs. Paredes are working collaboratively to share best practices and strategies to support all of our Bandwidth scholars. Our Bandwidth scholars have amazing brains, and they're taking pride in their work and showing what they know. There are great things happening at Bandwidth, and our Bandwidth scholars are being prepared for college and career. Our amazing Don Julian middle school students just completed their summative LPAC testing at the end of February. We hope to reclassify more students soon. Our 1st through 5th grade Lions completed trimester 2 benchmarks and have been working very hard in the classroom. DJ's amazing middle school students are currently completing their quarter 3 benchmarks. Our winter sports basketball team has been competing this winter against Torch, Edgewood, and other schools in the area. We just completed Read Across America week, and we want to thank our guest readers, starting with our board member, Ms. Tina Flores, personnel director and commissioner, Mrs. Jonelle Sanchez, our from risk management, Nancy Gutierrez, Ms. Rosa Ducoin from child development, our Bassett High School assistant principal, Mr. Joseph Torres, and director of child nutrition services, Ms. Liz Estavillo Valdez. Along with this, Ms. Christina Topshin and her amazing ASB students. Thank you for coming out to Don Julian. Our students enjoyed it. Sunkist is excited to begin our after-school coding class starting this Wednesday. Mr. Gutierrez is teaching our coding class with the focus on science, technology, and math. We are so excited from our 3rd to 5th grade students to experience some extracurricular activities after school. Our Tigers just completed their 2nd trimester benchmark, and we're gearing up for our last trimester of the 24 to 25 school year. We're also preparing to start our LPAC test at the end of next week, March 10th, for our 3rd to 5th graders. We're looking forward to reclassifying the next set of students based on their awesome test scores. Lastly, we celebrated an awesome week of Read Across America and welcomed several guest readers on Friday, March 7th to read to all of our students. It was so special to celebrate Dr. Seuss's birthday and Read Across America with a special day focused on the importance of joy of reading. Edgewood Academy celebrated our love for reading during Read Across America week. Thank you to our guest readers, Ms. Tina Flores and Ms. Jonelle Sanchez, who stopped to our kindergarten classes. Students also had the opportunity to show their spirit and love for reading with our different dress-up days. Academically, our nights are working hard. Middle school students are finishing up Q3 benchmarks, and elementary students recently closed out trimester 2. Our students work hard to show how much they've learned. Through our PBIS incentives, students who are eligible will be attending a very special event this week. Thanks to our PTSA, our students are in for a big surprise. Basketball and esports are both underway for our students. Being a part of a student athlete is maintaining good grades, attendance, and behavior. This is something that is emphasized for all students who participate. Lastly, open house will be held on Wednesday, April 9th, and you're encouraged to stop by for this event to see all the amazing things happening with our students. At Torch Middle School, our Trojans are making incredible strides as they continue to work towards their academic goals this quarter. As we begin the month of March, students have kicked off the month by tackling their district benchmarks, and are now preparing to dive into their SBAC preparations. It's an exciting time as our students are building their skills and setting themselves up for success in their upcoming assessments. Our 8th grade students, full of enthusiasm and anticipation, recently had the opportunity to visit Bassett High School. They're eager to start the next chapter of their academic journey as they prepare to transition to high school next school year. The Bassett High School counselors have already scheduled a date to meet with the future Olympians, where they'll discuss course selections and help guide our students as they start planning their high school schedules. In addition, the 8th graders are eagerly waiting a variety of end-of-the-year activities to celebrate their accomplishments as middle school students. It's a wonderful time for reflection and excitement as they prepare to take the next step in their educational journey. Looking ahead, we're excited to invite our families to our upcoming open house on Thursday, March 27th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. This will be an evening full of engaging opportunities for families to learn about the fantastic things that our students are accomplishing in their classes. To make the night even more special, we'll be showcasing the talents of our amazing Trojan band who will be performing live. It's going to be a fantastic event to celebrate student achievements, and we encourage everyone to join us for an inspiring and fun evening. In addition to our academics, our Trojans continue to excel outside of the classroom by participating in a variety of extracurricular activities. Our newly launched esports program has captured the interest of many students and is currently in its exploration phase. This exciting initiative is providing our students with more opportunities to engage with gaming in a structured, competitive environment. Our garden and art clubs, led by our passionate and dedicated Torch teachers, are continuing to thrive. These clubs will allow our students to explore their creativity and connect with nature, offering them a well-rounded experience outside of their academic studies. The month of March is shaping up to be an exciting one for our Trojans, filled with opportunities for growth, celebration, and new experiences. We are incredibly proud of the dedication and enthusiasm our students show, and we look forward to the continued success and achievement of our entire Trojans community. Greetings from Bassett High School. Our seniors went to Mount SAC for preview day on our college and career team and learned about all the options available for them after high school. Students attended the Project Lead mock city council meeting, and they learned a lot about civic life and had a great time. Our MESA team attended prelims at Cal State LA and came home with 16 awards. We are so proud of them. Thank you, Mr. Velasco and Mr. Castillo, for leading our teams. We are also proud to announce that HOSA students are preparing to attend the HOSA conference later this month, where they'll have the chance to learn about health occupations and network with other teams across the state. Spring sports are underway with boys baseball and volleyball in season preparing for our league play. The boys are excited, and we have new players participating in all our teams. Boys volleyball returns with a squad that went to CIF last year. Boys tennis, girls softball, and badminton are also preparing for their seasons. The PBIS team and student nominees had a pizza luncheon hosted in Ms. Chan's room. A special thank you to Ms. Chan, the students nominated, and the PBIS team for a memorable event. We acknowledge the school's spirit, behavior expectations of students, and staff who work with our students to form an engaging, rigorous, and memorable experience for our students. On February 28th, Bassett hosted My Photorama in taking our band and senior panoramas. Our band took their traditional ensemble photos, and our seniors had a great time taking their photos in the stadium. Thank you to our wonderful partners. Spring Festival Rally will take place on March 14th. Thank you to Ms. Sopshin and our ASB for planning and preparing our celebration for spring, and our Bassett High School spring offerings to our students. Our last Saturday credit and attendance recovery took place on February 22nd, 2025, and is mandatory for students recovering credits or making up attendance. We had over 90 students at our last event, and we'd like to thank Mr. Figueroa, Ms. Chan, and Ms. Virgen, who had greatly improved our Saturday school session attendance this year. On this day, we also had FAFSA workshops and our band performance. Our Bassett High School band also marched in Laguna Hills Parade this past weekend. They did amazing and the band took first place overall. Our drum major also took first and our color guard took second place. We are so proud of our band led by Mr. Gutierrez. We would like to invite everyone to two very important events taking place at Bassett High School. On March 18th, we have a representative from the LA County Office of Education Immigration Department who will give our families accurate information about their rights during these challenging times. The event takes place during the next coffee with the principal at 9 a.m. in the Little Theater. Everyone in the district is welcome. We also have a trades fair taking place on March 20th from 11 to 1 in the gym. SoCal Trades is a unique event dedicated to showcasing diverse career opportunities with the trades industry and certification programs. 11th and 12th grade students will have the chance to explore various pathways to exciting and rewarding careers. The event will also be open to members of the public. We have a lot going on at Bassett High School and it's a great day to be an Olympian. At Nueva Vista High School, our students attended Mount SAC Preview Day last week as well, and it was a great success. 21 students had the opportunity to gather information about various programs offered at Mount SAC, including biotechnology, foreign languages around the world, and vocational trades such as welding and HVAC. Students also saw the library information on the Writing Center. Our LACOE intern, Ms. Ava Kopp, organized a mental health break activity featuring air play. Additionally, students had the opportunity to learn about effects of marijuana use and during lunchtime last Tuesday. We are excited to announce that we'll be holding our grand opening ceremony for our wellness center in April. Students are currently working on their third quarter benchmarks with graduation just 3 months away. On March 20th, we have our open house at 5 p.m. and a parent presentation on drug education at 4:30. All are welcome to attend.
Thank you very much. All right. We will move on to public comments related to closed session. I believe this one was, it's a weird name. I think this is. I'm presuming this is for open session. It didn't indicate. So it looks like we have no comments related to closed session, so we will move on to public comments related to open session. And then Ms. Gonzalez is taking a point of privilege at 6:29. So the Board of Education welcomes input from the public in order to conduct district business in an orderly manner for privacy and safety of the speakers and help staff to respond more directly. The board policies require that public presentations to the board comply with certain procedures, including speakers may only address items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. When addressing the board, speakers are requested to state their name, address the board from the podium, and adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. The total time allotted for public input on either agenda or not agenda items is limited to 20 minutes. If there are several speakers on a specific topic, at the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time individuals may speak, requesting that comments be limited to points not already addressed. Speakers may not grant any portion of their speaking time to other persons. Speakers are requested to maintain order, decorum, and not disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Complaints should follow the district's complaint procedure before discussion with the board. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1100, the board president may remove disruptive individuals from a board meeting so long as the individual is first warned by the presiding board member that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. This time, we will first recognize Gabriella.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. I just came to kind of reiterate what I spoke about in the previous meeting. I saw like the plans for the Flatter project and I was just very disappointed in the piece of recreational area that they're giving us. And like in comparison to the condos themselves. I think that space is like, the plans for it are just not right for our community. And so I just wanted to put it on the record that I disagree with it. And I would ask the board to reconsider that project. I think we really need a space for our youth. As you can see, there's issues with youth not showing up to school or just like struggling in school. And I mean, we see it all the time, like off of like Fourth Avenue and all the graffiti that happens. We could really use a space for our youth. And so I ask you all to reconsider what that project would look like as you're planning it. I'd also like to bring up the fact that, I mean, earlier and even now, like there's still not enough space for people to sit sometimes. And so I think that's also unfortunate. I don't know if something could be done about adding chairs. I'm sure like you could fit a few more chairs over there. I'm sure like another row might fit like behind me. I think it's just, I think it would be more inclusive to people instead of having to sit out there and listen from outside. And from what I observed from the last meeting as well, just being, again, more inclusive with the language. Some people are like Spanish speakers, and having someone to translate would be really helpful, and I would ask for the board's support with that. And that was it. That was just what I wanted to bring up. So thank you for listening.
Next, we'll go to Sam Brown. Should be. Never ready.
I wanted to talk about the misrepresentation of the Florence Flanner site location and other concerns that need to be addressed before proceeding to move forward with the Florence Flanner. First off, it's important to state that this is a bad deal for Bassett Unified School District. This is a bad deal because the terms of the agreement are not favorable to Bassett Unified School District. We just heard a presentation on the budget about a increasing budget deficit. And what we have is an exclusive negotiating agreement that limits competitive bidding and locks Bassett Unified School District into a long-term disadvantageous contract. First off, Bassett is restricted from considering alternative proposals from other developers, even if a better financial or community-serving option emerges. There's no evidence that the district engaged in robust competitive process that prioritize affordable housing, educational use, or community input. And we know that the mandate on the order of the condemnation is that the property be used for a public educational benefit or for a public benefit in general. While there was a request for qualifications and proposals, the process resulted in the selection of a single developer with significant discretion over the final lease terms. First off, we don't know what happens after the 99 years. The fact that the school board allowed Alejandro Alvarez to exclusively negotiate the terms of the contract means that there's no oversight or proper accountability for his decision-making, and more importantly, whether a conflict of interest is a part of this process or whether anything nefarious is going on behind closed doors. The agreement allows Storm Properties to negotiate the lease terms favorable to them, which makes it difficult for a public or alternative developer to propose competing offers. And we know that it shifts the bargaining power to Storm Properties so that they have influence over project branding and community outreach, which create an imbalance in the negotiating process. The lease terms under negotiation provide only $350,000 per year in rent, significantly below market rates for a 4.5 acre site. And we know that the base rent only increases by 10% every 10 years, meaning that the district will receive far below the potential long-term value of the property. And there's no other contingency plan if the developer fails to secure financing or entitlement approvals. And we know that the school district is capable of exiting this contract at any moment. If you look at the lease agreements, section 17.1, all you have to do is give a 60-day notice without cause, and you can exit this negotiating agreement. There's no federal requirement. There's no other requirement. Your lawyers are going to lie to you. But you guys have the capacity to do that because Dolores Rivera's requested pocket park is not sufficient as it's currently outlined in the current proposal. So you have no other obligation but to dismiss this bad contract.
Next, we'll have Yannette.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm back. I know you see this old face every time. What does she have to say now? I'm still saying we need parks. We need parks. We need to help our children. Our children are leaving us. this school is gonna be losing a lot of kids. I hate to think about this. I hate to see this. I've been in this school district a long time. And our kids need somewhere to go. I need somewhere to go. I mean, I would like to be able to go and sit in the park. I'd like to be able to go to senior citizen place and try to enjoy myself. But putting condos, villas, that's not giving us, I'm sorry, access to a park. When I say park, I don't want to see nothing but a park. Please consider and think about what's necessary for the people. We are the people. We are the world, just like our children. I've fought a hard times in these districts for this school. For this school. It's a lot of faces I see here I didn't see there. But please believe me, your way that's here now, I work toward it too. The children in the school, I work toward them too. Why can't you get the kids? If you don't give it to me, give it to the kids. We need this. It's bad that we gotta fight this, that. I mean, I know about the school district from downtown back here. It's a lot I know. I've been places and certain things that I can't say. Like you tell me, you can't say. But I know what's going on. I see what's going on. I see what's happening. Please stop throwing rocks high in your hand. Let's be for real, people. Time is running out. Some of us might not see Thanksgiving. Some of us might not see the 4th of July. But let's work for our kids to have something to be able to go and enjoy themselves. I want every child in the world if I could. It wouldn't be like it is today. You see our economy getting worse. I don't know, I don't hate nobody, but our president is helping a lot of this stuff go out. I sit and look at the State of the Union address. He's off in this real estate stuff. Please believe me, I know some of this, what's going on now, he got a lot to do with it. Think about what you're gonna be in when he leave you. Think about your way now. These 85 years of gray hair on my head, I could help a whole lot of you in here. I'd have been places you won't ever go. Please believe me. And I'm not just standing here saying something just because I can say it. Think about the race you're running. It's not how fast you're gonna run this race, it's how long you're gonna hold out. Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah.
We have Manuel Maldonado.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, audience, Manuel Maldonado, longtime resident of this area. I think Sam Brown has been very eloquent and has said it all. I was here at the last board meeting and I addressed very harsh in regards to the deals that are being worked in this construction for the Flanders School. You have to remember one thing, this school was bought with taxpayers' money. Taxpayers have the decision to do and undo as they want. You are here for as long as we want you to be here. You are. We are the ones that really command this ship. And if you guys don't pay attention to what the community is saying, guess what? Your time here is gone. Your time here is gone. And this is not going to be my first rodeo in which I've been able to unseat someone through the recall process. Been around a long time in this community. I've seen board members that we have unseat. We have seen city council members that we have kicked out of their position, even though they've been here for as long as I can remember, because they're not doing as the community decides or orders to be done. And I think that this community needs to or deserves to have places where people can gather and not destroy our schools. Our schools, who knows, maybe in a few years from now, our young generations will be able to procreate or have children that will need our schools. I remember when that school at the corner, I forgot the name, I think it was Bassett, at the corner of Temple and Vineland was there. It was a beautiful school. What happened? It was sold out. Now we have Blythe, condominiums there. I know that I know that developers are not stupid, and they're looking into this property because they're gonna make money. They're gonna make money out of our community. And that's what we don't want. And before I end my speech, I want to commend Dr. Maldonado for the hard work that she's doing and her staff. It takes a leader to have a school of the caliber that Ms. Maldonado has. And I really applaud to her, and I really commend her for the work that she's done. And I hope this is what makes people come back to Bassett. Principals like that, leaders like that. And I wish that you guys really look into bringing more leaders, more people like Dr. Maldonado into our schools. So our schools will be succeeding, and we can have students from everywhere in LA County coming to Bassett Unified School District. Thank you.
Members of the board, before we proceed with the remainder of the agenda, I do have these written, I'll consider them as requests to speaks that I'm presuming were not submitted prior to the meeting began. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals. This fifth one looks like to be a child. So I'd like to make a motion that these 5 individuals be recognized. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion to allow these recognitions?
Board President, we have on today's agenda the resolution to change, and I appreciate that that was brought to the district, but the district still has not voted on it. And while I am in favor of supporting that resolution, hasn't been voted on yet. Respectfully, you know where I stand with that.
Any further discussion on the matter?
I'd just like to say that the resolution only addresses something different and unique to this. It doesn't allow for handwritten things, and I think it's within the purview of your position to decide whether or not to let people to speak. I believe the ACLU would support you in that they do not require, it is not required to speak, to fill out a speaker's card to speak.
I appreciate that. I appreciate both of them. I would like to just counter and say, I, as presiding officer, do not prefer to unilaterally act. So that's why I'd like to defer to the board. So on that point, I would like to make that clear. I would not like to just do it myself. And just want to make that clear. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, roll call vote.
Nay.
Nay.
Yay. Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Now we will go with.
Wait, it's just the opposite.
No, I said yay.
Huh?
Oh, you said yay.
Or
Okay.
I.
I heard yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yay,
I heard
aye.
A. Okay.
I thought you said yay.
No, because they
She said
said nay, so I said yay.
Oh, so first one we have is,
Yeah, sorry, I.
excuse us, we'll go on to Yolanda.
Sorry.
Yolanda? Pampa,
Good evening.
good evening. Whenever you're ready.
My name is Yolanda Pompa. I live on Millbury Avenue on the street that's going to be most impacted. Heavy traffic, no parking, and crime. Our street would be the entrance and the exit for the villas, condos, apartment. These neighborhood streets could not be able to support the traffic from these villas, apartments, condos. Our safety for our children, safety for our families. Right now, 2 cars cannot even pass each other on my street. It's alarming that you board members are into real estate to profit off of it. Then yet sit here and say it's for the future of our children. What I believe, we do not need villas, condos, apartments. What I believe our community needs is a park, teen center, a skate park, a science center, even a senior center. What I believe that kids need is laughter, encouragement, and joy. And with that, they would thrive in their community.
which we do not have in Bassett community. So I wish you guys would think about that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Evie. Evie, okay. Luis? No.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the time. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Luis. I live directly in front of the Yolanda. I've been living here for the past couple of years. I'm here to remind you that we have the power. You have the power to not go forward with these proposed 105 condos. I also want to thank, I forgot who did the presentation, but that presentation on the second interim financial report was really enlightening and put some context into why we are in this position. But again, the math is the math. The math doesn't lie. The math doesn't lie. It's very black and white. Like Sam said, the proposed revenue we are planning to get does not solve your revenue problems. You are still going to be in a deficit for the next couple of years if drastic action is not taken. If you lock yourself into this plan with these developers, the only people that are going to benefit are these developers, not me, not you, not the school, not the community. These developers are going to get rich and richer and richer. Again, you have the power to not go through with this. This does not benefit me, my community, the school district, anybody. Thank you.
We have Lydia. Lydia Aguilar. Then we have Aaron.
Hello, my name is Aaron Vasquez, and as you can see, I'm a kid. You're probably thinking this. What's the kid doing up there? What's that guy doing up there? He shouldn't be up here. But kids are involved in this too. It shouldn't just be adults, old people. No offense. And we are the people. We need parks, not condos. And I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just a random guy here, but it's no time to be funny. We need parks, not condos. That's exactly what the signs say in our street. Our street is the street being most affected, like what she said. Yes. Which is my neighbor, but I don't even know what I'm doing up here, but we need parks, not condos. So just please take this into consideration to not have a condo built. Thank you.
We're losing them. We need a park, people. We do.
We do.
Give them somewhere to go. Thank God.
So-
Thank you. God bless you.
We will now move on to superintendent comments. In lieu of Dr. Alvarez, we have Dr. Harrison.
Yes, thank you, Board President Cimentel, Board of Education, Cabinet and Community. I would just like to take a few moments to highlight some of the upcoming activities within the district. Very exciting, we have a non-student day on Monday, March 17th, and we've planned a series of workshops for our teachers and instructional aides, so it's a day of instruction. We've tapped our local experts to bring to the teaching staff and instructional aides 9 different instructional workshops, so they're gonna get to choose, and they've already made their selections for that morning. And thankfully, our Bassett Teachers Association is gonna be bringing the Tommy truck in for lunch, so we're really excited about burger and chili fries. So we are excited to bring this professional development day to life, and it's taken a big, it's a heavy lift for the Ed Services team, but I have to thank the team for pulling together to host this day for our staff. Like Ms. Jaramillo shared earlier, I'd like to also highlight that our high school is going to be hosting the Coffee with the Principal with a focus on our educational rights for parents, immigrant policies, and resources for our parents. So on Tuesday, March 18th at 9 a.m. in the small theater, I would say mark your calendars for anybody out there listening. We have been advertising to all our elementaries as well, because we want to make sure our families are fully informed about their educational rights and our immigration policies. And then in addition, for the first time, also Ms. Jaramillo shared, we are bringing the SoCal Trades Tour to Bassett High School. So we're gonna have over 35 different unions and trade organizations in attendance. That's taking place on Thursday, March 20th. And it'll give our students a window into all the opportunities that they have when they leave Bassett High School, so that they know what their options are. I'm really proud to say that our Bassett Adult School will also be participating in that event, because we want to recruit from within for ourselves as well to fill our own buckets. So that's going to be a really neat event. And in addition, our adult school students who are currently in program will have a chance to attend that event as well. We're going to have a special entrance for them to check in and walk over and be a part of the trade fair. So really excited. And of course, it happens to be just so happens to fall on our one-day WASC revisit for the high school. So they will be very busy that day. But we're excited to be able to bring these opportunities to our students. So something to look forward to.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. We'll now go on to board member comments. Board member Dina Flores.
Good evening, Bassett. I am so excited to see the presentations earlier. Congratulations again to all our students of the decathlon, the soccer teams, their coaches. Students, you are the reason we are here. Okay? The board advocates to make a difference in the lives of our students, making their educational experience a memorable success. A huge round of applause to our high school principal, Dr. Maldonado. Dr. Maldonado, your leadership, dedication, and unwavering commitment to both students and staff are truly inspiring. You foster a supportive and inclusive environment where everyone can thrive. Your team is absolutely amazing. Thank you for going above and beyond every day to ensure our schools is a place where excellence, kindness, and growth are always at the forefront. Your hard work and passion make a world of difference. We're lucky to have you leading our high school. And this is why we are here to support our students. I did attend coffee with the principal at Don Julian, and we got to see their new wellness center, which was amazing. And we also saw the esports lab. After a great conversation, not only what the esports lab will also bring, and I'm hearing it, is an opportunity for students to learn coding. And this is going to be great. I'm understanding that the curriculum that the esports bring has a coding component to it. So this is really great as we enter the digital world. So Read Across America was a lot of fun. Yes, I did read at Edgewood, Miss Lanata's class and Miss Aguirre. What is it? Okay, so these Dr. Seuss books are like really tongue twisting. They really are. I was challenged at Sunkist to read El Gato Ensombrerado. So I read in Spanish. I wish I would have had the book ahead of time. I mean, I am bilingual, but you know, when you don't read it every day. So wish I would have had that. Yes, and I also got to read at Don Julian to Miss Wolf's class. So it was really great to see the students and interact with them. So this is a great week as we are, and I am participating in Legislative Action Week. And Legislative Action Week is involving meeting with legislators. Prior to this meeting, I met with her aide, Assemblymember Rubio. We'll be meeting with Senator Rubio tomorrow, Senator Bob Archuleta, and Assemblymember Calderon on Thursday. So some of the things that I am speaking on is protecting Proposition 98. Proposition 98 ensures that our funding for our education is safeguarded. California Constitution says that 50% of the state's revenue has to go to education. That's not happening right now. Currently, the governor is proposing a $1.6 billion withholding of Prop 98 funds. That cannot happen. So we need to be strong, write your legislators, write everybody you need. So Legislative Action Week opens the door for Coast to Coast, which will happen in late January. So protecting Prop 98 is one. I'm also speaking on fully funding the COLA. COLA right now, as we saw, was 2.43? 2.43? For COLA.
For next year?
Yes.
Yes.
So we are advocating to fully fund that. As you know, that will make anything less than that makes a difference in our budget. The other thing is ensure that student support and professional discretionary block grant is fully discretional. Every district is unique. Every district has different needs and their makeup is very different. So you cannot have one template that fits everybody. So that being said, let's take the power, let's give the power back to the campuses or the districts and let them use that block grant where they see they need fit. So that's another one there. Another one is, which one was in the other one? Okay, it's not coming to me right now, but, oh yes, extending the zero emission school bus purchase mandate. So they've given a deadline for all schools to purchase the zero emission school buses. Bassett's not ready for that. And it just depends, once again, we're a small district and we can't do a one size fits all for everything. At the end of the day, my summary closing today, there are many mandates being put on school districts, but there is no funding coming with it. And not only is the funding not coming with it, it also withholding funding that belongs and needs to be given to the districts. So again, tomorrow I will be meeting with 2 other legislators, and those are the ones. There's others, but right now those are the ones that I've kind of been speaking on. That said, Bassett PTA Council had their association meeting last week, and I want to thank Dr. Harrison for her time to go on. It's via Zoom. And she gave a real rundown of everything that is happening, that will be happening in the, has happened, will be happening in the district. I am so excited to see all that. Thank you so much again. It went over very well for all those that attended. Our PTA presidents attended, their exec boards, and our administrators were on board. Thank you also again to Dr. Maldonado for being on there and sharing her thoughts as well on that too. There is also want to thank, again, high school students and Nueva Vista preview day at Mount SAC. It was really big, all over social media, so that was good. And the project lead. It was great to see our students go and attend project lead. Looking forward to seeing our junior high students get involved in that. And congratulations to our students that participated and competed at Cal State LA. Let's keep up the good work. Looking forward to our students participating in the summer launch program. Okay, as you all know, I love Cal State LA. Gee, I wonder why. I want to take this opportunity to once again express my gratitude. Everything that Bassett is doing, we're moving forward in the right direction for our students. And I want to take this moment to express my gratitude for the leadership and dedication that Dr. Alvarez, our superintendent, consistently shows to this district. His commitment to ensuring a high standard of education, fostering a positive school environment, and supporting both students and staff is truly appreciated. It's clear that his focus is always on the well-being and success of our community. And his hard work doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for your continuous efforts to make our schools better each day, and we look forward to his return. Thank you, Bassett.
Thank you. Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to know what school that student that spoke came from. I would like to call his principal and let him know what a great speaker she has in her group, in her class. I mean, that's something that the school should know how great he did and how brave he was to come and give his opinion and his comments. So if anybody knows what school he went to, goes to, well, I'll call the principal and let her know. Private school. Okay. Okay, thank you. I also like to congratulate the students that were here, the soccer team, the decathlon, again, for their contributions and their great sportsmanship that they have shown and the hard work that they've done in their events. I also like to thank the band and the, what's it called?
Color guard.
The head leader. Huh?
Drum major.
Drum major. The drum major for getting those awards in the parades. And the MESA program for going to Cal State LA and doing their work. Their coach, Mr. Castillo, is doing a great job with them, and the students are really learning a lot and participating, and they like the program. So that's something to look forward to for them to do. We hope we get more students attending those things. And thank you, Dr. Harrison, for being our Charles in charge while Dr. Alvarez is recuperating from his illness. And we hope everything is well. He's doing well and coming along. And I'd like to thank all our district administrator leaders and our principals for doing such a great job in leading their schools. Not just Ms. Maldonado, but the Torch, the Don Julian. I went to their welfare center, and it was great. It was nice. You could see how Mr. Arellanos is leading his teachers and his group, how great their aides were. As I was walking along the school by myself, they came up to me and asked me, "I help you. You know, you're not wearing a badge, or like you're going somewhere." So they're really up there. They're really looking out for our children. And I also like my colleague said, Dr. Alvarez has been a great leader here with us. Nothing is done unless the whole board, a majority of the board votes on it or is okay with that. And we give the direction. He doesn't make things up or just decides, oh, I'll do this on a whip or not. No, everything is done by the board's direction and with the help of our legal system, our legal team that tells us if it's right or not. And that's how we move along on projects. And the Dr. Seuss was great. I remember when I used to go and read up to last year. This year I was unable to, but it's a lot of fun to reading to the little ones on how excited they are when they have visitors and they want to show more things and show you where, come see this, come see that. You're all going everywhere. So, and thank you to our school, our board representative for being here and reading us all the news of the schools and doing a great job with it. So I'd like to thank you for your hard work. And I know it's hard doing that and doing ASB and everything. And I want to thank you in advance, ASB and Ms. Topjet for hosting the March 18 meeting. That is a great help for our parents. It's really needed, even though we've done some before, but it's great. The church has done one, and now it's great that the school is doing one. So it's a great help for all our people to know their rights, what to do, what to say, and what not to do. So it's because they are getting closer, they're coming along, and we need to protect our community. So, and thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for your comments. They're really appreciated, and have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Clerk Norma Gonzalez.
Thank you, President. I'd like to also thank Ms. Adamio for spending her evening here with us. Thank you for the updates. They're very helpful. I appreciate it. I also want to thank the community once again for their comments. But I'm sorry, the award has to go to Mr. Aaron, the student speaker. That was amazing to witness. It really, truly moved my heart. It does take a lot of courage for a student to come up and voice their opinion. So kudos to his parents. And we are listening, I promise, and we will hopefully have some updates for you sooner than later. I also want to thank Dr. Harrison for holding down the fort. And I would like to thank Principal Paredes Abanwe for inviting us to Read Across America. I took her up on her offer. And I was lucky enough to visit a TK class, a kinder class, and their special day class. And I'm so proud at the hardworking staff that I saw at Van Wave. They're doing amazing work. This also showed me their wellness center, which unfortunately was put into use a few weeks ago. And so, you know, it's not lost on me how important these wellness centers, and I'm very, very jealous of them because they're amazing. So they're not only there for the students, they're there also for the staff. And I'm very proud of those spaces being available. And the week before, like board member Flores mentioned, we did visit Don Julian's Wellness Center. They're opening, and also we were shown this amazing esports center. Once again, jealous of that. The Wellness Center is just a peaceful place, a peaceful space for the students. And thank you, Principal Arellanes, for showing us his campus. It's looking amazing. Congratulations to the band students along with Mr. Gutierrez for all the sweeps that they did this weekend, for all their wins. Very proud of our Bassett band. This past weekend also, I attended the Water Education for Latino Leaders Conference in Orange County. And we were taken to the Orange County Water Board Water District to see their reclaiming facility, and it was very eye-opening. And also a lot of ideas that we should probably have some type of pathway that involves this, and encourage our students to go into water. I know it's crazy to think how important water is. But I also heard some of the same statistics that Board Member Flores was mentioning about her event that she attended. And one of the more jarring ones was that women in California make up about 39% of the population, yet only 23% of the water boards in California have women on their boards. So, and the statistics for people of color on water boards is crazy. So I learned a lot about water, a lot about water boards, and I encourage the community to get involved in your local water agencies and boards and attend their meetings and get to know who they are. It's very important, and it would definitely be a great career path for our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice President Patrice Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start with Erin Vasquez as well. There's a child for academic decathlon. There's a child for Mesa. There's a child that should be in Project Lead. And I would like to encourage our elementary schools to get involved with Project Lead because my students participate every year. And they're special needs kids and they enjoy the heck out of it as student officers. And we've done it for a number of years on the elementary level. So I do encourage Bassett to get involved as well. I'd like to thank, again, Coach McDonough for her amazing leadership with those kids. Those are the cool kids. That's where my heart was, the kids that were just like that. And of course, to Coach Flores and his assistant coaches for doing so well in soccer and being a team and exemplifying what a team means by the young man, Xavier. But Erin's why we're here. Erin's why I do what I do every day. I don't get to go to coffee with the principal and I don't get to go to wellness openings because I'm in my class with kids that I absolutely adore. And this is one of the reasons why I'm in education, because of kids like him, giving them voice, giving them confidence and poise where they're not afraid to go out and speak. And I remember I wasn't this young when I first came before this board. I was probably 12. My sister was 13 when we both spoke before the board in our own years. But that's something we need to do with our children, give them voice and give them that power. And congratulations again to Academic, to the soccer team and to Mesa for doing so well. And thank goodness the band is back where they should be, being number one. They have won the Covina Parade so many years in the past, and they couldn't do it last year because of scheduling. And it was just great to know that they're back where they should be, because Bassett Band has been a leader since the 70s. And I've gone to many a parade over the years where the Bassett Band has been stellar and outshone every other band. But again, it's about the kids. Super excited about the trades fair. Wish I could be there. it sounds like it's something we should have been doing, been trying to encourage the trades to come in and get apprenticeships or pathways with us that will lead on to the adult school, because not everybody has to go to college. I'm sorry to tell you that, because tradesmen will make more than I do, and I've been teaching for 43 years. So I think we need to encourage people to follow their heart and follow their passion. And it might be in laying brick, and it might be in building houses, and it might be in finding the next cure for some horrible disease. But we need them to find their own path and support that. And pathways are the way to do it. I am still waiting my responses from my challenge from last meeting, but I guess I'll have to wait a little bit longer. But I want to thank the members of our community for coming out. Ms. Winetta, you are always inspirational. And the others that came along, I'm just so proud of my neighbors for coming and speaking, because I've lived here a lot of years. And I'm just proud that people are showing that this is our community. And there are things we can and cannot do. And there's other cities that we will have to go to voice our opinions. But I'm glad that people are finding their voice and doing so. Thank you.
For myself, to hopefully stay succinct, it is difficult to go last, actually, when everything's basically already been said. But of course, academic decathlon, soccer, band color guard, it's been enough said, I suppose. I do want to give just another shout out to the band folks, though, because you see them in a lot of different other places as well. Some of them are, you can just tell that that group is very well rounded. And the topic of school athletics over the last week, the governor has kind of shifted his stance on protecting specifically trans students who are athletes. There's probably less trans athletes, I don't know how in the nation, at least in California, than there probably are measles outbreaks in Texas. So it just seems like a non-issue that it feels really hurtful, but I don't even think we have any in our district. But it's always just great to just celebrate all of our students regardless of where they're at in our district. If they're involved in extracurriculars, if they're just straight up getting A's, if they're just going to school and coming home and they're just good kids, whatever, just celebrating everyone who's part of our district. Regardless of what the governor may or may not think, just because he wants to run for higher office. I just don't get that. For me, public office is something you give back to your community. It's volunteer work. It's something because you want to see improvement. So for me, it just seems ethical to try to operate and move thinking of the next thing. That being said, shifting is the wellness centers. It was nice. I think the most recent one was the Don Julian one since our last board meeting. And that was really great because I was not expecting to see the esports facility, and that was nice. It was really nice, really well air conditioned too. So I am looking forward to that opportunity and just making more of our middle schools. I specifically at Don Julian, we have this lens of equity, making sure that our students are having all the resources they need, because obviously Torch is built to be a middle school. Edu Academy has for a long time been, up to K8. So making sure now that DJ, it's only been having the K8 component for going on a couple years now. It's not brand new, but just making sure that there's an intentionality behind our programming there. Specifically because that's the only real school in Avocado Heights. So we want to make sure that we're not, that's a big chunk of our community. So we cannot forget about them. So that was really nice to see that facility. I think we all shared about a lot of the great opportunities in the district. And I think we all have to just do better at shifting the narrative, because for me, as someone who's been here, it really is tiresome at this point for me, now that I'm 2 years into my first term, where it's this culture that we have of Bassett, this perception really has to change. I think we're all making the intentional effort to show that we're having all these good things, all these good work, but really need to do more, I would say, as a district to promote that. I think I've seen from a recent update, we are doing a mailer now, I think, which is great, because, we're all getting flooded with everyone else. I'm texting my colleague board member, why are you having your mailing, field so way over here? But, it is something that I see that we are making incredible efforts. I think when I ran for board, it was because, respectfully to everyone who's here, I was unimpressed at the progress of our district. But now as a board member, I could see there is progress that I think members of the public do take for granted. And obviously you having the perspective on the board, you see everything and you're overwhelmed by it. But now it's frustrating because I want it out there and I want us to prove the record wrong. So as we make those strides, good for us, but I need more. But it's nice to go to the ribbon cuttings and just know we are being part of the change. At the very least, we see it from coffee with the principals, we see other parents who come to these engagements that we have these opportunities. So slowly and surely, I guess that's what we gotta deal with for now. But the great opportunities in Bassett is commendable. And again, I want to echo my colleagues, it is at the leadership of not only this board, but our superintendent. And a very quick call out to some past comments in the past, just again, if there is anything that this board needs to be aware of, please let us know and we will attend to it. I'm sure we will do what we can, and I will promise as board president to facilitate that. But I mean, absent anything thus far, I am really commended by Dr. Alvarez and in my collaborations with my colleagues throughout not only Los Angeles County and the region, but throughout the state. A good reputation precedes this man, and I'm really thankful for him with us. Obviously, he's not here tonight. You know, he's doing what he's doing. But I'm looking forward to continuing ending the school year and then just seeing what great things we could do, planning for next year, and being intentional with our planning and making sure if we want to see something this next school year, we have that conversation hopefully soon, and we know we as a board we express what our expectations are. If we need to pivot our expectation, if we need to add new things, you know, I just think, you know, he is who we give the guidance to, and so far I think he's doing great. So I appreciate him for that. The last thing is just going back to Read Across America. For me, it was so funny to just think of the first grader reading Canada Hat as part of like his accelerated reading program and stuttering and just not actually knowing the word, but just memorizing it and getting away with that. And it happened all over again where I said like 2 pages wrong because I'm memorizing it and I have to like slow the hell down. They don't know if I messed up or not. So
Yeah, they do.
they actually one did. And I love this little kid because the teacher, they provide all these different books and he was very specific. I want to read that one, Green Eggs and Ham. So I read it and this was new to me. This was a treat, but the first classroom I read to I think 4 in total. And the first one I realized I'm too higher ed, but I was lecturing where the first 2 pages like just straight up and I realized they need a C. It's an illustration. I need to have a voice. And so it was silly, but I take teachers' work for granted, truly. So it was a really nice experience personally, super fulfilling, and I appreciate the honor of doing it. No, it was really a nice time. I just went to Van Wig and Sunkiss. Got some swag from Sunkiss, which I appreciate. I shared some with Alexandra. And that's about, sorry, she was just the one person who I caught. Other than that, thank you community for being here. Looking forward to continue to hearing from you. Obviously, I'm not going away, you know where I'm at. So just looking forward to having our conversations. And last thing is just a little joke. I don't know why everyone else is wearing black, but okay, that's about it. Good night.
No idea.
So we'll move on to the closed session. I like to make it to recess. Recess or adjourn? Terminology. Go into closed session at 7:19 PM. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. It'll be like, I'll pose it as a yes or no.
Okay.
I think you have to say yes or no.
Okay.
My. Like, I don't know. It's my Wi-Fi is not Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi's not Wi-Fi. Everyone's here, you can have the Wi-Fi.
Edwin, we need Wi-Fi.
Number 4.
We're
not live on 2 readings, right?
You did.
Charles had.
Correct, so two, notice I'm gonna give it like a 5-second delay, because when I reread or re-listen, because I already forgot what time we came back, like not hearing myself. So I'm gonna hope we're good. All right. We'll reconvene at 8:57 PM. Report of action taken out of closed session, Madam Clerk.
None.
Thank you very much. Discussion action items. Oh, my Wi-Fi went out again. It's fine. Have it right here. So we have approval of resolutions. Resolution number 1, or excuse me, item number 1 is resolution number 033-25. Oh, there. Oh, yes, excuse me. And 034-25. Layoff of classified and child development permit positions. So the recommendation is the superintendent recommends the Board of Education. Oh, no, excuse me. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education adopt resolutions number 033-25 and 034-25 regarding the layoff and or reduction of the child development positions due to a lack of work and or lack of funds for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 8303C, 45114, 45117G, 45298, and 45308. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Stanzioni. Is there any discussion on the motion? Ms. Gonzalez?
I just want to clarify that these are positions that where we do this at the end of every school year. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. If Dr.
Okay.
Harrison, you could provide some
Yes.
elaboration to the process.
Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. So each year, the funding and the staffing allocations are reviewed by this Child Development Center. And then based on the needs or changes to student enrollment, the program requirements or needs, then we rehire those employees as needed.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? For myself, I just want to exactly reiterate to members of the public, because it is often jarring to see how many folks are potentially laid off. But in my view, since the 2 years I've been on the board and then 6 years as a personnel commissioner, it's something that's not really true. These folks are laid off, but then they're always brought back. The layoffs are rescinded. It's just the quirk of funding, how it works, that we don't know if we get the funding yet, but we still have to meet a deadline to initiate the layoff. So unfortunately, our folks with child development are aware of it, but this would be a routine practice that the board does. So thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for bringing that back up. Sometimes I think we get lost in the routine and we forget that it's new to a lot of people. With that, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion's carried. Thank you. Resolution, item number 2, resolution number 035-25, elimination of certain classified positions. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education adopt resolution number 035-25 regarding the elimination and or reduction of certain classified positions due to lack of work and or lack of funds. Is there a motion?
Oh, so moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stanzioni, second by Ms. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Ms. Gonzalez?
Once again, I want to reiterate that these are vacant classified positions. No one is actually being removed.
Eloquently said. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, the motion's carried. We'll move on to item number 2. First reading of Board Bylaw 9110, term of office. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education receive the first reading, waive the second reading, and approve revisions to Board Bylaw 9110, terms of office. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Seconded.
Discussion on this, I would like to lead discussion and just to say a lot on the foregoing, and then that'll be it. So I've taken the liberty to make some proposals just as an individual board member. The first 2 that we'll review tonight for term of office and meetings and notices, this is something that I've discussed with the superintendent. Some quirks of our current bylaws that should be touched up. The first one that we'll consider is terms of office. The board is elected in even numbered years. Our bylaws still read as odd number years. I think this is when we made, or when the board switched in 2017, 18, whatever that was. So making that, and then also making provision for when board members assume office when they're elected or appointed because of a vacancy. Currently, our provisions don't account for folks who are appointed or elected because of vacancy. And then I'll continue with the rest of them as we get to there. But those, and then when we get to the other ones, I'll kind of go by bit what's the changes per se are. But this one came into light when we were beginning the onboarding for our new colleague, Ms. Gonzalez, and we realized we would have to have 2 board meetings in December because we didn't realize, she actually assumes office later than what our bylaws had led us to believe. So with that context, I brought this forward. Any further discussion? Ms. Flores?
I have a question to that end. Do you think that that came about because of the delay in the certification of the elections? Because I do remember that when I first started, I was at the first board meeting. I actually sat at the first board meeting, but it came to me that the elections were not going to get certified till like the 13th. So that kind of left us all, okay, do we get to move forward? And then our colleague also wasn't really aware that they had to come to the December. They thought that their end was November. Hence, we did the appreciation for his years of service. So I think second is safe. I can't imagine it taking them that much longer to certify elections.
And to point that, I apologize. This is also to align with state law, because it's the state law that says it's the second. So our,
What code is it?
it's ed code, correct? Specifically ed code, not election code or any other government code. So this act is not only aligning with practice, it's still aligned with actual state law. And I think the consideration is not so much that certification might be late or not, it's just certification is aligned or it's fixed by state law such that it gives them enough time. So it's state law specifically that we're correcting ourselves to. Any further discussion? All right, motion of Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Stanzioni to receive first, waive the second and approve. Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion's carried. Move on to item number 3, first reading of board bylaw 9320, meetings and notices. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education receive the first reading, waive the second reading, and approve amendments to board bylaw 9320, meetings and notices. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
For clarification, Mr. President, the first reading of 9110 was motioned by Board Member Stanzioni and seconded by Board Member Rivera.
Excuse me,
And then the motion.
the previous action that we did?
Previous
Oh.
action, yeah.
I apologize. Can you repeat that one more time?
9110, terms of
No, I seconded.
office. That was by, well, I know it came from Stanzioni and Rivera. Whoever was first.
It was
who's
Rivera
second?
and Stanzioni.
Yeah.
Thank you. I apologize for
Ms.
the,
Rivera.
thank you. I apologize for that. Excuse me. I also want to, if I may, we'll attend to this, we'll go back to this. But I believe there was a correction, Dr. Harrison, that we need to make. I apologize, we never discussed this.
Yeah.
So we are right. So there was a correction regarding the in the document where it says last revised date. So there's a motion to approve the board bylaw 9320 with a correction to the clean final version to reflect the correct dates as follows. So the original adopted date is January 22nd, 2019, and then the last revised date is July 27th, 2023. I believe in the current copy, it is not that. So this motion is simply just to make that correction as we take action on this matter. So on the current, yeah.
Clean final, the clean final has the.
Correct. So on the current document, it says the original adopted date is March 1st, 2008, which should be January 22nd, 2019. And the last revised date on the current document incorrectly says March 1st, 2024. And the last revised date should correctly be July 27th, 2023. So that's my motion to just correct the dates as listed on when the document was last updated. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion to correct the dates?
This one's still fine.
Any further discussion on the motion pending? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 All right, motion carries and we'll go back to the main motion of first reading, waive second and approve by Stanzioni, second by Gonzalez is for meeting and notices. I'll begin with discussion. So on this, it's simply making some very small technical corrections to regular meetings. It currently says it's on a fixed, I think the third Tuesday of the month. So this will just make it clear that the board meetings will be held according to the schedule of board meeting dates, now that we might be meeting 6 out of the months once a month and then 6 out of the other 12 twice a month. It also makes some technical corrections on how the board is authorized to do teleconference meetings. So just small technical corrections on this matter. Any further discussion on this side?
I do have a question. on
Lotus.
the- I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I do have a question on the teleconferencing.
Mhm.
Is there a number, like, what if the majority of your board is teleconferencing?
There's a procedure. I shouldn't properly advise because I'm not sure exactly how it works. It's quite convoluted. But in theory, I think generally, lawyers don't quote me on this, but I think as long as, in general, like excusing like a state of emergency, if you want to teleconference, the majority of the board has to be within the physical boundaries of the district, either physically, either at the dais or teleconference within the district, a majority at least. So those other two, in theory, can teleconference from anywhere without the district, but you do have to disclose where you're at. So if you're in a hotel, you have to notify that. If you're at a friend's house, you have to notify that. And they also have to be publicly accessible. So if you're at a hotel, you know, be in the lobby somewhere, the public can go there. If you're at your friend's house, keep his door open, they have to go there. So that's the general rule with teleconferencing. There are some other things with in a state of emergency. And that's too much for me to try to elaborate on that at this moment. Did that answer your query,
Yes, definitely.
Ms. Stanzioni?
I was just gonna add, you put a sign out also if you're in your hotel room.
Correct.
You open the door and put the sign out.
Mhm.
Cause I did it once, maybe
Oh.
2019. And I did it from Sacramento. So it was quite interesting.
Terrifying.
It was fun. I didn't want to leave my door open, but
Yeah. Thanks. Any further discussion?
not for me.
Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Hi.
Aye, motion carries. Item number 4, first reading of board bylaw 9323, board meeting rules and procedures. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education receive the first reading of proposed revisions to board bylaw 9323 and retitle it to quote, board meeting rules and procedures, end quote. This proposal is submitted for a first reading followed by a second reading and approval. It is recommended that this board bylaw be reviewed and considered in conjunction with a proposed new board bylaw 9323.5 entitled Public Participation and Conduct at Meetings, which includes sections from existing board bylaw 9323. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
For discussion, I'd like to lead us with discussion. So for this is primarily what I'm envisioning as the board's rules and procedures as it's titled. Currently, the bylaw is titled, I think, meeting conduct, and it's a mixture of both our operating procedures very loosely, and then what are the public facing requirements of recording, behavior, decorum, stuff like that. My proposals here would be to divide it such that this bylaw would be purely the board's operation, and there'd be a completely new one, which is the next item, completely on the public side of how you do public comment, how you go about recording the board, your demeanor, behavior, stuff like that. So with this item specifically, the major points would be establishing Robert's Rules of Order for our parliamentary practice. We're currently operating under nothing defined. I think we're all just kind of understanding it's something to that effect, but it's not actually that. It makes some technical provisions on, a quorum, just confirming it is 3 of us. If there's less than that, what our options are, standing in recess until people get here or adjourning. Just confirming, abstentions. If you need to abstain because of a conflict of interest or other matter, you abstain, but otherwise try not to, or you're elected to vote yes or no, so do that. It reiterates the role of the presiding officer specifically in this bylaw, since technically the vice president or the clerk can serve as presiding officer. So instead of referring to the board president bylaw, you could refer to this one to show you what the duties are. And then also just elaborating that we will be guided by our bylaws for our board deliberations, by Robert's rules, and then prospectively, any board norms and protocols that we develop would also have standing. Specifically, if it came to a matter of decorum and civility, if we are getting out of order, we have a mechanism to say we're out of order, we have our norms, and that is binding on our conduct in these proceedings. Those are the things that come to mind immediately as I try to explain where I'm coming from. And where I'm coming from is partially I reviewed this bylaw due to some events earlier last year, which I'll get to. But I also do just think me as an individual board member, it's my strong suit based off the Masters in Governance training is just to review our policies and make sure that we have effective foundations for good governance. So this is just purely me as a board member trying to make a contribution. So that's the context behind this proposal here. Any further discussion?
Is there a second reading to this one?
Yes, so with this, my proposal, so with the first two, the superintendent and I concurred that since they're relatively technical in nature, we could just approve them tonight. But because this one and the next one, I acknowledge that they're very substantive. I did not feel comfortable in recommending that the second reading be waived. So I'm of opinion that there should be a second reading. If the board wanted to waive a second reading and adopt tonight, you're at liberty to do that, but that's where I'm coming from, is that we do a first one, and at the next meeting, we could do the second one followed by, and then the second reading and approval at that meeting. But that's whatever the board
So
wants
what
to
are we
do.
voting for right now?
So right now, it would be one reading. The motion currently for Ms. Stanzioni, Ms. Gales is to read once, and then next meeting, we would have the second reading and approval.
Before we go there, first of all, I would like to say thank you. So the work that you've put into this, I know that going through these, especially some of the changes as we had like the odd number years versus even number years. So I do appreciate this as one who follows the rules. I mean, all we have is our rules. So
let's put them in writing and then we go from there. So, yeah, I do just want to say, I do appreciate the work you've done into this.
Any further discussion? Okay. The motion is to read once with the understanding that we will read again and potentially approve at a second meeting. Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carried. Item number 5 is first reading of both new board bylaw 9323.5, public participation and conduct at meetings. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education receive the first reading of the proposed new bylaw, board bylaw 9323.5, public participation and conduct at meetings. This proposal is submitted for a first reading followed by a second reading and approval. This new bylaw adds sections from existing board bylaw 9323 and it is recommended that this new board bylaw be reviewed, considered, and approved in conjunction with the proposed revisions and retitling of existing board bylaw 9323. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Flores and Gonzalez, and I'll lead us with discussion. So as I had mentioned, the continuation, and to add on that. So as many of us are aware, our public comment procedures were brought to renewed attention last year. And based off that, I took the liberty as just an individual board member to start developing some proposed changes. Unfortunately, it took longer than I would have hoped. I wanted to make sure that all of these proposals were ran through legal counsel, just to make sure that they are in alignment with, any applicable laws. And I would like to represent to the board that I'm fully comfortable in proposing these because they have been reviewed by legal counsel and in theory, obviously and tested by court. They are, and they're kosher with the law. But because they had to go through legal counsel, it took way longer than I would have hoped. I tried to be patient, but at a certain point, I think I was like, no, let's have an actual deadline and get them on the agenda now, please. So I was hoping that these would be, considered maybe even at the January meeting. I really would have not preferred for the board to go how we're going, contrary to what folks might think. But I am someone who believes in the rules. I am also someone who believes that the board is responsible for its rules. And if we wanted to, take action, our individual meetings as we have, we're competent to do that. But I do agree that it's best practice to codify these into standard rules moving forward. I think, as I mentioned in the past, I as board president could have unilaterally changed our public comment procedures by changing the notice on the agenda. And recently taking a board president's workshop with CSBA, they tell you what type of different board presidents there are. It's like, are you authoritative? Are you democratic? Are you whatever? And I found that I was democratic, and it felt very affirmed because I do not want to exercise any prerogative of my office without there being some buy-in from the board. I'm mindful that the board, fundamentally is a majority, but I do want to at least have the opportunity for all of us to collectively have a role in its process. So with that, it was a delay. I apologize. But this proposal for me would be, the chief revision here would be codifying our public comment sign up time. Currently it's uncodified. It's fixed by our board agenda notice. And as we're all aware, it's 30 minutes before a meeting starts and ends once the meeting stops. I'm of opinion that practice is legal. I'm of the opinion that we are competent under the law to make that the practice. I'm just of opinion that it is inaccessible. It bars a lot of our community to participate in our meeting because folks get here late, and it's just not reactive to what our community expects. If I am a working class parent, a community member, a teacher, whoever, and if I'm 2 minutes late, I'm out of luck. So for me, as just now that I'm in a position to advocate for that, I want to change it. So that's the spirit of the main proposal, is that it would be 30 minutes before the meeting starts. And it would end once we are at the point of the agenda where we're doing public comment. So using today's agenda for an example, if we start the meeting at 5:32. So if you arrived at 5:33, you can still sign up. As we're doing the Pledge of Allegiance, you could still sign up. As we're doing academic decathlons recognitions, you can still sign up. The moment our student board member is done and we go on to public comment, I will eventually in practice, or whoever the presiding officer should ask, any last people want to sign up? Yes or no? All right, there. And I would hope, moving forward, we would just have a collective understanding that since this is a new practice, we would stand by it and know that, okay, if you come in as we start public comment, you are late, the period is closed. I think at that point, we want to make it, at least for myself, very clear that this is a new practice. You should not and cannot compare it to past practice. If we adopt this next board meeting, It would be effective for the first one in April. You cannot compare the new practice to what we're doing today in March or in February or in January or September. It is a brand new practice. The board has taken a decision to change our rules to be more inclusive and more equitable, but these are our rules. We're moving forward. So that is the principal change, is to make that revision. Otherwise, there are some other points. It does confirm that to speak, you do have to sign up through a card. I would like to move away with the sign up sheet just because it might be confusing to folks' interpretation of the law, but it would be an actual card. It does clarify that you have to identify yourself somehow, however you like to do that. That's up to you. If you want to use your true name, a pseudonym, any other identifier, you just have to inscribe something to recognize that when I utter it, you know that is your cue to speak. The other aspect of it is codifying SB 1100. We reference it during the script saying if you are, causing a disturbance, you may be removed, just codifying it locally into our board bylaws. And then the previous bylaw we just read once. There are current provisions to that effect regarding the disruption and how members of the public could record the meeting. It would simply just remove it from that bylaw to this new one, just a reformatting of where it lives. So in substance, that's the proposal. Ms. Lotus, did you?
Okay, so two things. One, again, I appreciate that we're gonna put this in writing and it will be good. So opening it up to, like, when we get to public comment and saying, is there anyone else that would like to sign up? In my opinion, you've had from 30 minutes before the meeting, from 5:30 to this point. So, and I noticed on here that you addressed, if you have 27 people that are gonna speak, 27 people cannot have 3 minutes. So
yes,
it
thank
would be your discretion to, are we gonna give them a minute each to speak? So I would like that to be upheld. Once again, I'm not silencing any one person, or I'm not taking away their right to speak, but that kind of could get tricky. So, and the other one was, it seems there's some confusion, sign up to speak. And I know that you could put however you want to be identified. But somehow people are interpreting that they have to sign up to speak. And then that's where
To be at the meeting.
So the purpose of the sign up is for the organizational purpose of the meeting, to keep the meeting going smoothly, and that's.
Correct. If there's consent from the board, may I respond? I tend not to do it back and forth, but before everyone else goes, but if I could respond.
Bring discussion.
I know, just like everyone else, I don't want to monopolize the time. But you mentioned something that I neglected to say, but it wouldn't be a requirement that the presiding officer, either now or in the future, always asks once we get to public comment. Anyone else, in my view, at least for the rest of this school year, I would make an announcement at that time. And when the meeting starts, hey, at least for the rest of the school year, so the people know there's a change in practice. And then at the end of the school year, that's a couple of months for everyone to kind of get the gist of it. So it wouldn't be a long term. It would just be announcing the new changes for the foreseeable future, so everyone's aware that there are new changes. And once should reasonably understood it's changed, then we could dispense with it. And then regarding the time, yes, so it does keep the 20-minute limit that we currently have in our board bylaws. That, once board comment on any topic is limited to 20 minutes. So the understanding would be when you tally all the cards, and really 20 minutes is just I think it's only 6 or 7 speakers technically. If they all speak for 30 minutes on the same topic, it's really 6 or 7. So in theory, if you get 8, people, at that point you could ask, you want to give them 2 minutes and 30 seconds, if it's 20 people, you want to give them all 2 minutes, at that point, it would also assist whoever is presiding the tools to make a quick count of how many people, and then ask the board, okay, we have 25 people, let's give them, just 2 minutes. And then that is still kosher under our law. We wouldn't have to take a vote. It would just be a simple consensus of that's what we're doing. I just wanted to directly point that out because I had neglected to. Thank you. Any further this, Ms. Gonzalez?
It is common practice to adjust the minutes in school board meetings. So I have been a part of a few where that has been common practice. So it's not out of the realm of common practice. I just wanted to kind of throw it out there.
Yeah, that's true. When I was in that seat, I would say, we have X amount of people speaking, that means this. Are you all okay giving them their 3 minutes? So I did ask the board.
Correct, yes. Any further discussion on the motion to read once?
So what did you mean when you said that for now? You're gonna, so we start public and you're gonna ask them if anybody else wants to sign up before we start the public comments?
So how I'm thinking it is once we start the meeting at that time, just make a quick announcement, because I think folks might still think, oh, if
At the beginning,
at the beginning, yes, and then yes, for at least the rest of the school year, once we get to public comment, for me, like, if there's anyone else who needs to do public comment, sign up now, and that's where I'll start reading the script of, this is now the appropriate opportunity for the board. The presumption would be by the time I'm done speaking, I call the first person, that would be it. I think it would also make sense if we adopt it, if there's consensus, that I also just make a statement saying we have intentionally changed our procedures because we want to be more inclusive. In consideration of that, we also want to stand by these procedures. So we will not be doing what we've been doing the last couple of months of making motions to extend, because we've already, in theory, extended it. In theory, it should not happen, because if you're late, sign up immediately. So that's the theory.
and you're gonna put it on the agenda.
Correct, so.
When you send it like it is now?
Yeah, so the current notice on top of the agenda, that would have to be corrected once these bylaws
So
are
they would know.
actually adopted, correct?
And then you announce it at the beginning of the meeting.
At least for the rest of the school year, just so people know that it's a change, and then next school year, you don't have to do it anymore. We could presume folks know it's been a couple months. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carried. Consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any matters under the consent calendar? Actually, I have one. So I would like to pull under Superintendent's office, item number 3, the minutes. That's what I'd like to pull. Is there any further, Ms. Stanzioni?
I'd like to pull under business services, number 3, and under ed services, number 2.
Confirm with Ms. Stanzioni, you'd like to pull under the consent calendar, business services, item number 3, use of facilities request, and under educational services, item number 2, service agreement. Any further items from the board? Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with the items pulled?
Motion. Seconded.
Motion by Ms. Flores, seconded by Stanzioni. Roll call vote. Oh, excuse me, any discussion on that motion? Probably not. Just wanted to ask, sorry. Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carried. All right, we'll move on to under superintendent's office, item number 3, minutes of the regular meeting of February 25th, 2025. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the minutes of the regular meeting of February 25th, 2025. I'd like to make a motion that this item be tabled to the next board meeting. There's a few items that I'd like to be more accurately represented regarding board member comments that I neglected to bring to no, not necessarily. That's not neglection on my part. That's my motion, is to table it, and then next meeting we can approve with any adjustments made.
Why is it again? I don't understand.
For me, there was under board member comments, I just don't feel my share of comments were accurately represented, so I just want to be able to clarify that. Potentially, well, that's my motion. It's because of that. That's the reason, not because a vote was recorded incorrectly or anything. It's just I want my comments to be more accurately corrected.
Sure.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Gonzalez. Okay, for further discussion, I think it might be good practice. And obviously, when we're reading the agenda, when we get the agenda and we read the minutes, that's the time where we get it. But I think it might be better practice now that I'm doing it, and I apologize to our illustrious senior administrative assistant for all the work that she does without much thanks, but from the public, obviously, I'm giving her a round of applause. But I think it would behoove us that if we really want to be captured a specific way, to reduce our remarks to writing and send it to her within 48 hours, so that way she's able to, do what she has to do. That's just my commitment to myself, and that's just what I'm proposing. If you all want to have a similar vote, if you really feel like you want to be captured in a certain light, obviously write what you've said, don't write something that you actually didn't say or whatever. But that's the point that I'm going to be moving forward, just my own personal commitment that if I wanted to be written a specific way, I'll get that to her and she'll do the work. And I just want to do that now. So that's the context of my motion. Any further discussion? All right, roll call vote.
So the
Oh,
motion is to table the meet.
Yes, excuse me. So the motion was to, yes, exactly, to table the minutes until next meeting.
Aye.
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 Motion carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So business services, item number 3, use of facilities request, item number 24/25-0002. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the external use of facilities request, item number 24/25-002. At this time, we'll begin discussion before there's any necessary motions. So Ms. Stanzioni?
Per the request, it says the church is requesting a place to place a banner on the chain link fence at the district office and at the high school for their annual fiesta. This is fairly unprecedented. I've never seen this happen before. Now, I see there are other options. They have their own fences, they have the community vendors fences, they have private homes. And I question as to why us. We vie for the same students. And so to advertise another place, I'm not comfortable. We don't advertise our own events. So, and that's troublesome to me that we would advertise others. And there's always that silly separation of church and state rule. So I'm not comfortable with this at all.
Ms. Flores?
So, this is a banner that's gonna go up there. As you've seen, all the banners that are up on AMAR between the district office and the adult school. They are not asking to push the Catholic faith or any one religion. So church and state does not apply here. It's a banner that's gonna go up on a fence. And much like the banners that are along the high school that are right under the marquee. It's temporary banner. It is the parish of this district, as are other churches, and I've seen several churches around and respectfully. And Bishop Amant does not ask permission of the district when they post their banners on Edgewood fence property. So that being said, again, this is just a banner announcing an event that the church is having, for which many of our families are probably a part of that parish. This is St. Louis offense. Okay. That is said there.
Ms. Stanzioni?
They have a banner posted at Antoinette's currently, which is an excellent location. It's not about, how do I say this? My parents helped build the parish. I did my sacraments there, so it's not against St. Louis of France. It's just this sets up a precedence that do we want to go to? Again, we don't celebrate or advertise any of our other events on posters. Why do they need our fences when they have a whole city of fences or a whole county area of fences and part of the city of fences? I'm not comfortable establishing this as a precedence because what will come next, their enrollment or whatever. It is a fiesta. That's non-topical, and Bishop Amant posting things at Edgewood, that's a whole other issue, that's extra topical. But what we're looking at is something that I'm just absolutely not comfortable with.
Any further discussion?
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Gonzalez?
I think I agree with Ms. Stanzioni. I am uncomfortable with the use of our facility. If someone can give me maybe I don't know, a code or a policy that we normally follow, that would be appreciated. But I do also agree that it could set precedent. So that's my comment.
For myself, I look at this through the lens of the Civic Centers Act. Usually I, as a board member, treat action items as earn my yes. anything on the consent, usually everything, usually everything earned my yes as a board member. But there are certain things where I look on a reverse lens of, is there a compelling reason to say no? And I think that's because we as a board, as a governing board, we have different hats. We are a local education agency, so that is educating our students. We are a public employer, we have our collective bargaining units that we engage with. We are a public agency. And with that is where I have the lens of the Civic Centers Act, where it explicitly states that public schools and grounds of this state are for the citizens to use for all the different beneficial, literary, political, scientific, even religious purposes. It's that lens where I feel, is there any compelling reason to vote no if that is the public policy of the state, that we know that these facilities have that kind of additional connotation when obviously it does not conflict with the primary purpose of our schools. If it's conflicting with their school's operations, then, we have more of a standing to say no, in my view. But in this case, and obviously it should be reviewed on a case by case basis now that what was it? I think it was actually probably that same meeting, but I think in fall, when we did the revisions to the board policy regarding the use of facilities, we explicitly said, unless it's PTA, ASB, school side council, or anything this board is a member of, we'll vote on it. And now we're in the position now to vote on it. So for me, as an individual board member, that's the lens I view, is a Civic Centers Act. And I think because we really haven't been getting these proposals to the board directly, I think that's also part of the reason why it's unprecedented, because it really hasn't been. I don't think it's, in my view, I don't think it's unprecedented because it's coming from an organization with a religious affiliation. I think it's just our corporate practice that we don't necessarily approve these directly. Regarding the source of authority per se, it's board policy 1330, and we last reviewed it in October 2024. And I believe, excuse me, I'm just gonna write the word civic. I miss my Honda Civic. It's not in the board policy, but it might be under the administrative regulation under the same number. So excuse me, I'm sorry, 1330 administrative regulation, also approved in that same sitting. A quick search of civic. Yeah, so under the administrative regulation, it does say civic center use. So subject to district policies and regulations, school facilities and grounds shall be available to citizens and community groups as a civic center for the following purposes: public, literary, scientific, recreational, educational, or public agency meetings, discussion of matters of general public interest, the conduct of religious services for temporary periods on a one-time renewable basis by any church or religious organization, childcare programs, provide supervision and activities for childcare. There's a list there, obviously. So it's with that view where I want to make this very clear to the community that I like to represent, is it's not, in my view, a qualitative vote to the party who's submitting the request. It's simply this is something we technically have discretion, but we're guided to err on the side of yes, unless there is a compelling reason to vote no. That's how I want to operate as a board member. I'm not projecting that philosophy on anyone else, but that's my contribution to the discussion.
Thank you.
Ms. Anzioni?
Within this policy, does it enumerate in the list of things, does it list signage? Because I do understand that we allow it to be utilized for religious, whatever, on limited or repeated basis. But does it mention that?
It doesn't. I think we're using facility pretty liberally.
Yeah.
I think how the state interpreted facility would be, cafetorium, classroom, school grounds, quad. And we're using it in a literal sense of our fence, the 2 poles and the wire link fence, that's a facility. So I think even by submitting the request, I think the party conceded that's a facility. But I don't think the legislation, both state and locally, considered that.
I'm just curious as to why, when there's so many other fences available.
And sure, that is a valid point. There's a bunch of other private opportunities to promote, but at the end of the day, we go back to that one hat that we wear is public agency. And that's where we kind of get on the hook to do stuff because.
But they're not public, we are.
Correct, that's what I'm saying.
And we serve the public, but we serve the public on a limited basis.
Correct. Oh, so in the Civic Center Act, and this is when I Googled it, redirected to the California Department of Education, and then it even says effective January 1st, 2025. The one thing that I see is Education Code Section 38134A2. A1 is basically saying governing boards shall authorize, so it seems kind of like you will do it, to groups that promote youth and school activities, including, and then it lists all the different like PTAs, Boy Scouts, stuff like that. And then it says this division shall not apply to facilities or groups that are doing fundraising purposes. So you might think, oh, that's the bar, that's the reason we say no. But then it says, unless the fundraising is for, or unless the fundraising basically beneficial to quote unquote youth or public school activities. And you could probably make an argument, well, this isn't public school, so that's kind of a bar. But in my view, again, being very liberal to our community, is youth. I can't deny that there are parishioners who are part of our community who probably are in their youth still. So again, as just using that lens of need to be compelled to vote no, I don't feel compelled to vote no based off that criteria. Again, using the lens that we are a government agency. Just similarly as we have obligations to not, discriminate based on viewpoint, other characteristics. Not saying that that's what we're doing now. I'm just saying that as a government agency, we get told what to do a lot. We don't have a lot of leeway on certain items, and this is an item that at least I identified as myself. This is how I intend to vote based off the rubric of the law, not on my personal feelings of it. And that's not a projection, it's just what I feel for myself.
It's none of my personal feelings. Again, this was my parish. But it's never been done before, and this sets a precedent. It's never been done before. So that's why my question is put there, why now? Why us when there's so many other fences?
Because we're close to them. FYI, a lot of our students from the high school go to their clubs. They have a club there for the students. It's not a religious club. It's like a wellness club for the kids.
Teen center.
A teen center where they go and it's most of our students there, the high school students.
It's another issue.
That's just FYI. And it's a fence. They're not asking you for a room or a fence. That's gonna be on the outside, but.
One thing, if I may, propose, and this, we could attach this moving forward to all external groups, is perhaps developing, and if there's consensus, maybe I could work with the superintendent and facilities, maybe even developing a very sturdy little notice saying, post it in accordance with this board policy, and that kind of denotates that we're not subscribing an endorsement or an approval or an objection. We're just doing it because maybe pursuant to the Civic Center Act, we have to, or even just like that, not necessarily endorse, just, just a little quick blur of if that might quell people's reservations potentially. And that might be a practice that we could just develop moving forward potentially, just throwing it out there. But we're discussing, there is no motion yet, if anyone wants to make a motion.
I motion to approve facilities request item number 24-25-0002.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any specific discussion on that motion itself? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 No.
Aye, motion's carried. We'll go on to education services, item number 2, service agreement, Educational Achievement Services Incorporated, parent training. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the agreement between Bassett Unified School District and Educational Achievement Services Incorporated. Similarly, as we did last time, we'll have discussion first prior to a motion. Ms. Stanzioni, you're recognized.
This facilitator was extremely well received last year at a cost of, I believe, $9,000. She brought books with her to give out. People were extremely happy. This is significantly more, and there's too many unanswered questions at this time. I'd like to table for further information. We don't know exactly how the participants are going to be chosen, rather than just volunteers. How are we going to put the notice out? The facilities, where will it be and what will the cost be? I think the questions are all about cost. The childcare, what would the cost be? What will the cost be on including the breakfast and the days of lunches for the participants, the transportation costs to the training site, again, the training site cost, the coordinating the transportation to the college, and the cost of the graduation ceremony. I'd like to see the cost of this added on to the $68,000 before we move on it.
I've heard the words motion and other stuff, so I want to be clear. Ms. Danzioni, are you offering a motion to table?
I'd like to table, yes, I'd like to motion to table it before, to get further costs.
Is there a second to the motion to table?
Second.
We'll proceed with discussion on a motion to table by Ms. Danzioni, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. Any further discussion?
I think it would be important. See the total.
I would like.
Ms. Flores, yes.
So. Oh, this is Consuelo, okay.
Yes.
I guess I would direct it to Dr. Harrison, tabling this for 2 weeks. What, is there gonna be an impact? Do we have to give her an agreement? Because this is for the parent,
Parent Academy? No.
is that for the parent? academy?
Parent
Education,
training.
Children's Services,
Yeah.
parent training?
I make
Yes,
it for the Dr. Harrison.
sure. So this agreement is for another round of Family Leadership Institute, the 3-day. And currently, it's penciled in for the 3 days leading up to our Parent Academy, which would land on May 3rd. So it's a 4-day, it winds up being a 4-day window with a certain number of participants, 50 on the first 3 days. And the cost is inclusive of travel, their travel and all the different room and board they have to take care of on their own. But we can definitely.
Where are they gonna be at?
Get
Where are they
more.
gonna be held at? Where are they gonna be held at?
The venue.
At the adult education, right
Oh,
here.
so, yeah, they get
Oh,
their
so
own
they're just
travel. We
going
don't
here?
travel then.
Yes,
We don't-
they're
It says in here they
we
do.
won't travel, but they have to come here.
Yeah, they come
So
here,
we're
yeah.
paying for their obviously, it's all inclusive of their travel and whatever expenses they may.
For the-
This is the
incur.
presenters.
For the
The
presenters.
presenters.
So that in all is 62,000 plus the 550 that she's reduced her fees to.
For the
So-
keynote on.
So
the
we're looking
third.
at 68,000 on their side. What I'm curious about, what is our side cost?
Right, so an added cost to us would be as you mentioned, we would want to make sure we provide, like breakfast. We will have childcare for any people that bring their children. So we would work with our Child Development Center to provide that. And then facilities, we're using our own facilities. So that would be somewhere in that ballpark. So those would be the items I would bring back if we.
Would that impact,
Ms. Danzioni.
would that impact the whole thing going forward if we table it?
Well, if we table it, our dates are reserved right now, but I'm unaware if somebody else wanted to book those particular days in the next 2 weeks. I'm not sure where that would leave us, to be honest, so.
It's just to begin with, their side is a huge chunk of change. Huge. And you mentioned that teachers and admin could possibly go, so that would incur sub fees or sub costs
There would
too?
be sub costs if teachers are attending.
You're right.
Yes.
Um,
And we would definitely want to invite if we could. So last year, the agreement was for, I believe, 30 students or 30 parents. And so this year, when we were looking at the space we had available and them coming out, that well, if we increase the thought was behind it was if we increase the number, we can include some of our admin and teachers in the program versus doing separate.
Could you look, yeah, because last year was for 30 and they did the same thing. The parents came and they had lunch, they had all that and the daycare. And then they had a really nice ceremony for them, the certificates and all that she got for them. And they each got a tote bag. They went with the.
Was it that many days? Cause was it that many days last year?
Yes,
It was 3 days.
3 days.
How much was the
Three.
cost? Do you remember what the cost of the total thing was last year?
No, I don't remember the cost.
Cause I just remember her cost was 9,000 that one day.
No,
You
I
don't remember how
remember
much
the
the other
cost,
cost was?
how much it was, but the parents did like it and they did learn a lot.
The parents loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ms. Flores.
One thing to look at, and you mentioned it was for about 30 last year.
I believe.
And because this this event was so well received, parents loved it. We're increasing it to 50 now. So the opportunity to bring more engagement, more community engagement to the district and working with our parents more is, it's expected. If you go from 30 to 50, the cost is gonna go up. And last year to this year, lots of things have changed, lots of things have increased.
And the teachers that would benefit more would be the dual enrollment ones that are doing Spanish, because they would learn more of the history, more of.
Immersion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dual immersion. Because they would learn more of the history, the parents would be more involved. It teaches them how to be involved with their kids, what questions to ask, what to look for, and it's empowering them.
Any further discussion? For myself, if I may ask with Ms. Danzioni, initially, in terms of what led you to bring it up, was it the content or was it the price that kind of like gave the?
It was the cost.
Yeah, right.
'Cause I just didn't know
That's
because
fair,
of that
that's
great
fair,
cost and then what our additional, there were so many empty holes on that one.
Potentially
It wasn't
what?
the quality.
Yeah, potentially, I just want to confirm that, just so I
Yeah.
could make a statement of potentially it. We want to look into it, or maybe we don't have to give advice, but maybe just a 2 cents writing on the walls to staff, maybe if you're proposing something that is, let's say, over, 25,000, 30,000, 50,000, something that you can reasonably expect the board might look at, it might be beneficial maybe to develop a budget. So that way it could answer most of our queries in a more structured, organized fashion. So just some feedback to staff if we may, I think that might be helpful moving forward.
It wasn't budget this time?
And
Well,
it is
because I know it comes from
budgeted.
Esler.
Yeah, it is.
As in like,
Itemized.
yeah, itemized, so in the agenda item, like, or in the materials, like it just, like a breakdown of this is what's for the speaker, this is for, travel, this is for, food, just so we could. So, in the sense of this could have been avoided in theory if we had the
Or
information
we're doing a
provided
new
to
thing
us.
now.
If we had our
Before it's
cost.
presented the way she presented it, it's always been like that.
But I don't remember it being that
always-
much.
Everything's going up,
I think that's what triggered me because it was such a high
everything's
amount.
going up.
It was a
huh?
concern to me and I wasn't here before,
Yeah.
so.
And it's more parents.
Ms. Flores, did you have a question?
Yes and no, but so more so, once again, we're going from 30 to 50.
Mhm.
So that's an increase of 20. But my concern is by not approving this tonight, and should we come back at the next board meeting
She already
and
has
say
a
we
vote.
say no,
Mhm.
my concern is there's not enough time to backpedal and find somebody to fill this gap. Your dates are set. We can all agree, because we're all in consensus, that it was a great event. I'm just, that's where I'm coming from. To table it and wait till the next board meeting and find out that it's gonna get a no, that's not enough time. And it was a fabulous event. Again, we're increasing it by 20 more people. So yeah.
But if you remember, some of those people might be admin or teachers, which I would think we would have more parents. I would open it up for more parents as
parents.
opposed to the teachers or admin, because we're
The
already
teachers could
trained.
probably go in, even with the 50 that you have and you count for the food, I mean, a lot of food is left with all these, even with, that you order, a lot of food is left. It's not like it's.
Yeah, I just want a clarification. I didn't want to stop the whole thing.
No, I'm aware. I'm just thinking it might be based off this conversation, this experience, it might be fruitful proactively moving forward staff to come prepared with a breakdown. So that way, in the future, if we had similar queries, we might be able to answer it ourselves based off what staff has provided to us. Just using it as an example.
Thank you.
There is a motion by Ms. Stanzioni to table this matter. I think we've discussed this thoroughly. Roll call vote
For
to table.
nay.
No.
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 Motion is not carried. Are there any other further motions on this item?
I'd like to make a motion that we pass.
Motion to approve, is
To
there,
approve,
is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Can you imagine? I said no.
And Mr. President, we will go forward with having all the information given to us ahead of time from now on.
It's been advised, it wasn't directed.
You can make that direction.
And strongly advised, but I think that might be enough. I don't think everything warrants a command. I think we're collaborative enough that it'll be good. Let's see, maybe they forget and then we have to might do it, so that
Thank you.
depends on y'all. All right, so we are done with the consent calendar, so we'll move on to adjournment. Next regular board meeting, excuse me.
I'm sorry, so before we go on to there, I do want to make one comment. The agenda is put together with board president and the superintendent. Therefore, all those things, if it gets on here, means it's been vetted. And while we can have those questions, we could use the time ahead to clarify. So just wanted to put that out as someone who has experience sitting down with the superintendent and getting clarification on questions and things like that. And then we as a board do our due diligence on the weekend to verify and ask our questions of the appropriate administration.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to just say on that topic is, you know, I will be stronger on this, and I think I will be stronger because I've brought it up to him twice now, and to Dr. Harrison as well, but obviously she wouldn't have the context of it. But specifically on the consent calendar for the travel expenses, I don't like that it's a lot of acronyms a lot. So that's one thing I do, maybe that we get to change that, so like what was the one thing that we approved? Basically, the whole thing was an acronym, so like, yeah, so just have it fully written out, you know, so wherever we can give our 2 cents on how we want the agenda to be more transparent and more accessible, not only for ourselves, but for the public who has to also interpret it. I think that feedback would be encouraged to Dr. Alvarez directly as well too, but duly noted, Ms. Flores. Any other points of privileges, comments, Ms. Stanzioni?
Sure, I did direct my questions to him, but he wasn't able to look until.
I see.
Yeah.
So adjournment, next regular board meeting will be on March 25th, 2025. Adjourn the regular meeting of March 11th, 2025. I'd like to move that we stand adjourned. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 I will stand adjourned at 9:54 p.m. Thank you very much. Good night, Bassett.
Thank you.